everybody out there in Facebook land.
Mm.
Getting ready to start our second day of our Youth and Elders virtual Youth and Elders conference here at the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center. We had a really good turnout yesterday, and we had some really good speakers talk about a lot of things there yesterday, and we're going to continue with that momentum today. We're going to continue on with that and have some good talks today. We got some really good lineup uh, speakers. We got our youth forum right after our opening, and then we also have Steve Tuskenig. He's going to be joining us. He's an inspirational speaker, a youth advocate. He's a professional golfer. And then we're going to take a little bit of a lunch break because we know that virtual mode it gets kind of long, so we want to give everybody that little bit of break, walk around, have a bite to eat. Then we're going to come back in the afternoon, and we're very fortunate to have Mr. Andy White and Randy White joining us. They come to us from Whitefish Bay, Ontario. They're going to be sharing some stories around the jingle dress and the evolution of that jingle dress that everybody sees at the powwow, and talk about what that healing does for us. They also have a world-renowned drum group, Whitefish Bay Singers. They'll be talking about the drum as well. And then wrapping up our day, we got Dr. Beverly Jacobs joining us, and she's got quite the resume. She's a associate professor at the University of Windsor, so we're very happy to have all these speakers with us today. And last night we had a virtual social. We had a good turnout for that, and Cam Hill was really doing a great job in sharing the stories of our social dancing and where those songs and dances come from. So if you're tuning in, we're going to have lots of giveaways throughout the day. We're going to split it up. We got a lot of different things to give away throughout the day. So if you're tuning in, let us know who you are. Give us a shout out where you're tuning in from, and we're going to put your name in for a draw. I'll keep talking about that throughout the day there. So again, if you're tuning in, let us know where you're coming from. So before we get started or do any kind of things there, we want to make sure that we start ourselves off in that good way. We have our community elder Dave LeBay here with us, and he's going to start us off in that good way by sharing some words. Uh, some people call it an opening prayer. People call it a Thanksgiving address. Dave's going to give a little explanation of what he's going to share with us to start our day. So, Dave LeBay.
Thank you, Gary. As Gary did mention, my plastic name is Dave LeBay, and my real name is Migazi Bimse. I was given that name by Alex Kakopshe from Botswana, so that's the latest one I carry. Yeah, what I'm going to do now is some very good friends of mine, the Shauna family from Manitoulin Island, who lived in Fort Erie for a while, and I don't know where they're living right now, but I still see them periodically. Uh, they have a little prayer that Joe Senior, Joseph Shawana Senior, gave to his son James, and James passed it on to me, and I really love it because what it is it's a little thing that some kids kept their language, used it to keep their language when they were sent to the residential school. It was part of their morning ritual that they would do this, and they would do it against the rules. Of course, you weren't allowed to speak your language. So what they did in the process was they spoke this prayer every morning, and it's a very simple prayer. It lasts about a minute, and it talks about the things that we need as people, just human beings, what we need to eat, what we need to breathe, and all those good things that keep us alive. And so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna introduce myself to the Creator and let him know that I'm speaking that, and then we're going to turn it back over to Gary. Kwe kwe gijima nadu, migazi bin say in the book. inunabo, nitasanan dunjaba, makade makwa dodem. Amigwech mishomes, ibiweas za nunga. Migwech nikit nunga gijko. Wene, chiginawamas, mina wene chiganono. Migwechke, shpigimekwe. Egwa, mijong bimatsu. Egwa, mijong bish. Agwa mijong nijum. Agwa mijong westniak. Minwa agwa mijong nesewan. Sema ni bigetna. Yerenung, wabanung, jaunung, mino apingishmuk. Nadamushi jeepskugaboya, mino, jasatwea. Ea, migwet, mishomas. Naha. And that's the whole prayer. And these three little guys, like I said, it was Joseph Shawana Sr. as a little boy. And one friend of his was Don King, who later on became a resident of Fort Erie. And last I heard, he was in the elders and seniors residence at Six Nations. And the third partner was a man who became an author, Basil Johnson, and he was a very well-known Anishinaabe elder. So it just goes to show the power of language that we have at our fingertips and at our tongue tips, and we need to get our people reading and writing in our language again. So these little guys did their share. Chineshkumatin, Chineshkumatinan, Chineshkumatinao. Oh. Gary, back over to you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Starting us off in that good way, that's all really awesome there. I can't say enough about all these different types of openings that we have. We some of the information that I share about our Ganohonyo or our Thanksgiving address, the words that come before anything. I like to tell people, that when we have those openings there, we don't know where people came from. We don't know what their travels were or what they, some people may have had a bad sleep or, maybe tired and different things like that. And these openings are a very good way to kind of just have us reflect on some of those important things that we forget to recognize. So it's really important that we share those words and start ourselves off in that good way, So Dave, thank you very much for doing that for us. And we started ourselves off in a good way. I just want to talk a little bit about our Youth and Elders Conference. As many of you see, we used a orange background and we used the Every Child Matter logo, just like I'm wearing a shirt today. I'm going to pop Riley on the screen real quick here. Riley's got a jersey on as well. Riley? If you want to just make a quick mention, a little bit about your jersey that you're wearing and some of the work that we did with the school down here in Fort Erie.
Yeah, so we worked with the Fort Erie International Academy, and we spoke with them, and they wanted to do a fundraiser for Every Child Matters. So we had a Every Child Matters game, and all the funds that were accrued during the game were donated to the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center. We accrued about $5,500, which was an amazing donation to our food pantry that helps support community. And the game was awesome. Unfortunately, Fort Erie lost 2-1, but maybe next year we'll get a better outcome. But it was a good game and a good night. So back to you, Gary.
Awesome, Riley. Yeah, and again, that's one of the things that we want to do. We want to kind of be raising awareness around what's going on with the residential schools, and we're trying to bring a little bit more conversation around it. Our conference is not specifically built right around the residential schools and Every Child Matters, but again, we want to be able to raise it up a little bit and show it a little bit more because it needs to be talked about a lot more. I know myself, I do a lot of work in the public sector and community relations type areas there. And one of the things that I often find is that I'm still having to educate the general public about residential schools, and we're talking about people, middle aged, and they still don't understand what really happened in residential schools. So again, this kind of conversation and these kind of platforms helps us try and elevate that conversation and get people talking about what really happened here in Canada and that whole era of attempt of genocide to our Indigenous people. So again, we got a very good day set up for us today. It's built around the youth. What we have done in the past is we used to run the conference prior to COVID. We would host that conference in Niagara Falls at the Scotia Center, and we would bring everybody to one location, and we'd have a good roster of speakers, again, that talk about a lot of different Indigenous topics, not just culture, not just ceremony, not just the traditional side of things, but we would talk about different topics. We'd bring in different motivational speakers. We'd bring in different role models for our youth. We often brought in like our Thompson brothers. We brought in some lacrosse players, some professional lacrosse players. Yesterday we had Marshall Paulus on. He was able to share some stories, about how he got into the NLL. So there's a lot of good things happening with our Youth and Elders Conference. So we try and put a nice flavor and variety on there. So again, today we're going to be doing the same thing. And last year was the first year we did this. And I think we're going to continue on doing this. And we'll probably try and do it a little bit more in our communities, is have these forums where it allows our youth to be able to speak out on a variety of topics. I think it's very important for us to listen to our youth, as they need to give us the information of what they're looking for in their futures, what they need to have in place for culture, what they're looking for, if it's language, or if it's employment training supports, if it's just being able to have a place to congregate and come together, if it's a place to just come out and talk and have a place to gather. Maybe it's about sports, lacrosse, different women's sports. So again, we want to have these conversation and that dialogue with our youth, and be able to expand on that and take that information back and build programs around it. So I think we're going to incorporate this youth forum into our platform from here on out. So again, we are going to be moving right into our youth forum, and I'm going to bring Roman on. So Roman is one of our youth coordinators here at the Friendship Center, and Roman, he's going to be doing some work with our youth. He's going to help facilitate this part. Myself and Roman will facilitate these questions and dialogue to our youth, and then we're going to have some conversation with the youth. So Roman, do you want to talk a little bit about your program before we bring in the youth?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. So I'm the youth navigator at the Fort Erie Friendship Center. Historically, the youth navigator is rites of passage and giving back with traditional teachings and giving programming that includes our traditional teachings. I currently work with a lot of our youth in restoring our youth council back into order. We are currently looking and recruiting all youth that we can find to join the programming. We offer a variety of different services right now. We go on camping trips. Again, it's we're trying to get back to what the youth want to do and what they're looking for. Realistically, the hopes is that we can have our youth being their own functioning body, which is the youth council, where they can pick the programming that they want, give us what they expect, and teach us the ways that they want to be, especially in the schools. Being inside the schools is important for me to give them a space where they can continue learning about what they want from us and what they want from their schools. So basically, it's just trying to get in touch with the youth and trying to see what they want from me and what they want from our other programs that are here at the center.
I'm back.
I don't know how I was supposed to pay attention when you guys are running around my office.
There was just a little bit of sound from his sound.
Oh,
His
okay.
sound being up, and you.
Yeah,
kind
I
of
can't hear anything with these headphones on, so I can't even tell what's happening out there.
Yeah. So, do we have all our youth here?
We are just missing one, but they are going to be here. That they will be joining us. They're just downloading Chrome apparently. So it may be 3 at the moment. We have 3 of the 4. The 4th one will join us though shortly.
Okay. Why don't we bring them on and do some introductions? We'll do a little bit of talking before we get it right into these questions, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So Hayden, Kaya, and Hunter. We'll start with Hayden. Hayden, if you want to just introduce who you are, what grade you're in.
Hi, I'm Hayden. I'm in grade 11 and I go to GFES school.
Kaya.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kai Stangmack Parker. I am also in grade 11 at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. I am Mi'kmaq Seneca Beaver Clan, and today I'm joining everybody from Nova Scotia, which is really cool. But I'm from Fort Erie.
Hunter. Uh-oh. Going all robotic on us. No volume, sir. Okay, so we'll wait for him to sort out what he's got going on there. Might be just have to relog in and give access to his mic. So in the meantime, we do have Kaya and Hayden here, and we are waiting for another youth to log in. But Gary, if you want to continue, we can continue.
Sure. We'll just start out. I know we had some questions lined up, and I'm just going to kind of throw this out there a little bit. But Hayden, what are some of the things you generally like to do as a youth? Are you involved in sports, that type of thing?
I really like to play lacrosse at school, at the park, or just anywhere. I really like playing it a lot. It's like a part of me, you know.
Good. Kaya, what are some of the things that you like to do?
I'm not as athletic, so I don't love playing sports as much, but I really enjoy Indigenous advocacy work. So I'm the Indigenous Student Trustee for the District School Board of Niagara. And so basically I work a lot with our school board and Indigenous students and just making sure that we can promote those Indigenous voices at a higher level.
Great, thank you. So Sydney, we're going to let you introduce yourself. We're just asking these what you like to do, but introduce yourself and tell us what you like to do.
Absolutely. So sorry I had to hop on a little bit late. But hi, everybody. Gwynyn Deluisi Sydney Ott. My name is Sydney Ott. I'm of mixed European and Mi'kmaq, originally from the Bredor Lakes in Cape Breton. I currently reside in Niagara Falls. Here, I'm a grade 12 student at St. Paul Catholic High School. I have the honor of serving in my second term this year as the student trustee for Niagara Catholic. I work quite a bit with Kaya with the Ontario Student Trustee Association, so it's nice to see you here as well. Thanks, everybody, for having me. A little bit about myself. I also enjoy a lot of advocacy work, both with the Indigenous stream and just working within education. That's definitely something that I find is a big interest of mine. I like to play sports as well. I've played quite a few throughout my life, hockey, soccer, and I also really like to cook. And I think that's a pretty good introduction for myself. But thank you, everyone, for having me here. And I look forward to joining everybody today. Great.
Thank you. We're happy to have you back. And I think we lost Hunter again. I know Hunter's trying to log in and everything, but Roman, if you're okay with things, I think we'll get right into some of the questions, and then we'll kind of come back to Hunter as he can log in and
if he can
work with him.
I'm trying to work with him right now, and if he can get logged in and get the sound going, then he can just join right in. But if not, it's no biggie. We can continue going forward.
Okay.
The show goes on.
All right, sounds good. And all you youth here, the reason why we brought you on today again is we want to have this youth forum, and we want to have the ability to hear your voices and hear some of the things that are going through your minds. And what's happening as a youth. We want to see what's going on from your lens, so we want to start out with some basic questions first. We don't want to dive right into some of those hard questions, but what are some of your dreams as you get older? What do you want to be? Hayden, let's start with you.
Some of my dreams, I want to play lacrosse in the university level. And then after that, I would like to start up my own like fitness gym. And then if that doesn't work out, then I'll figure something out.
Good. Good to hear you
Resilience.
got some backup plans too. Kaya?
As for like career wise, I wouldn't say that I'm very confident in what I want to do yet. There's 3 streams that I'm really interested in, which is film, education, and medicine. So they're very diverse. So a lot of options in that scope. But I feel like who I want to be is just, I want to be able to live like a balanced lifestyle, and because I feel like that's like a core to success for me. So yeah, just making sure that I'm really making sure and taking care of all aspects of my well-being, whether that be spiritual, physical, mental, and emotional. That's definitely what I want to strive for in the future.
Very good. Very good. Sydney, how about you? What are some of your dreams when you get older, and like, what do you want to be?
Yeah, for sure. Being in grade 12 this year, I kind of had to figure out what kind of idea I was going for next year. I actually just recently accepted my offer to the University of Guelph to study biomedical engineering. So I'm really excited to be heading into a career in engineering. Hopefully from there, I'll work into getting my master's, and I want to become a university prof in the engineering stream. And still, like Kaya said, maintaining a balanced lifestyle is so important. I found that's definitely something that's kind of guided me throughout times when it's been overwhelming these last couple of years. And I want to continue with that within the rest of my life, incorporating things I love like sports and also volunteer work, which has been such a big part of my life, giving back to, the community that's kind of supported me so much of my life. So I definitely hope to open or run some sort of nonprofit when I'm older and use my love that I have for education to help others. So that's definitely the type of lifestyle I want to head into, speaking of both education wise and throughout my personal lifestyle as well. So yeah.
Oh, that's some pretty awesome things. All our youth, I think we're heading in the right direction by, having all your youth being very career minded. You're looking ahead to the future, and they all sound like great things there. We just had Hunter pop back on, and hopefully we can keep him on here, and we're going to allow him to introduce himself. Hunter, you want to introduce yourself?
Still nothing.
Live television.
That's all right.
Okay, Roman, you can keep working with him, and I'll continue on with the some of the questions here. So again, like we want to have that dialogue and get more out of our youth here, and we kind of want to try and look at filling some of those gaps that you guys see out there. We want it to be from that youth lens. Do you feel you're being supported at school or at the friendship centers or any other places? And do you feel like your voices are being heard? And we'll continue in that same order. Hayden?
Yeah. Well, at school, everyone's really nice about like my culture and stuff, and they always think it's interesting, and they always hear me out. They always feel like I'm like there as a person and not just another student. And as for the friendship center, every time I go there, the atmosphere is just amazing, and I love going there all the time.
Good. Kaya, what about you? Do you feel you're being supported at school or through the friendship center or different places? And do you feel your voice is being heard?
Yeah, so I definitely think that at school I have a really, really inclusive like circle of friends. So I definitely feel included within my friend group, but also the staff has been amazing in helping me, promote that advocacy at school. So I have a lot of things going on there, and the staff are so helpful. And as for the Friendship Center, like Hayden said, it's always been such a positive atmosphere there. I feel so supported. And I also know pretty much everybody there. So that's definitely helpful. So yeah, for sure.
Good, good. Sydney, how about you?
Yeah, okay. I definitely feel like a lot of the support that I get within my school community and, within the other positions that I hold within the school board do come from the fact that I have quite a privilege to sit in these like higher positions. Like I serve as a student trustee. I'm, involved in multiple clubs within provincial advocacy as well. And I feel like a lot of that support comes from the fact that I've put the effort into, working into those positions. So while I absolutely have to agree, I definitely think there is so much more of a push for that effort of including all student voice. I definitely think it's something that we can only work to continue to grow. I know it's been such a big part. The support has definitely been such a big part of coming to fruition with any of sort of ideas or stuff that the students want to see. And I think that, like Kaya had said, same with me here, I am very thankful to have such a great inclusive group of people that surround me and who want to learn more about, everything, want to learn more about Indigenous culture as well, which has been so great to be able to introduce them to some things and to be able to work with the resources that I've kind of accumulated throughout the years and to make it a little bit of a bigger platform. So I definitely think that's one of my, biggest goals is to make that not only accessible to the people who are in these higher positions, but to all students, sometimes might feel as if their voice aren't heard as much. Because I think that the support is definitely there. I just think the accessibility is something that we can all work on and is always something that we can work on and improving. But in terms of the Friendship Center, I have to echo what Kaya and Hayden both had said there. And I definitely think support is one of the biggest aspects of growth for our youth. And I think that it's only something that we can continue to foster and continue to improve with. But yeah, I definitely feel as if it's there for me, for sure.
Good, very good. I'm going to see where Roman's at with things. Roman, how's things going with Hayden? Are we having any luck?
Hayden's right there.
Not Hayden, Hunter.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a different device for him. So I'm just kind of running around in the background here, so you guys can continue. He'll join in as soon as we can get him on.
Awesome, sounds good. So we'll get right into another question here. What kind of things can be put into place to help support you in achieving your dreams? And I know sometimes you need those different supports from whether it's community and elder, sometimes it's the culture. What kind of things do you guys look for in needing that to support your dreams there, Hayden?
I feel like some more one-on-one conversations with elders would help me a lot with understanding more of who I am as a person and my culture. And I just feel that it would help a lot. Sorry. I would feel like it would help a lot if we got more talks with them.
Good. Kaya, what about you?
So for me personally, I find that mentorship is really, really helpful for me. I know like going into a lot of these higher positions, I didn't really know what to expect. So just having like a key person or a few, I know that Sydney has helped me a lot throughout my process of becoming the working group co-chair for the Ontario Student Trustee Association and just like my student trustee position in general. So I think just having a designated person that can help guide you through that process, because it's really hard to just jump into something without having any information on how to navigate. So yeah, definitely mentorship and mentors.
Good. Sydney, what about you? What kind of things could be put into place there to help support you?
Yeah, Kaya, you took the words out of my mouth. I think that having those connections are the most important thing in allowing us to really understand the most of, kind of what we're doing and understanding our identity and just being able to open conversation, not only with elders like Hayden had talked to, but also with our youth, because I think that that definitely creates more opportunity, because you're not only able to receive feedback, but you can learn from each other and also collaborate. I know that working with Kaya this past year has been so amazing. We've been able to collaborate on a lot of really great initiatives. So I'm definitely starting to see a lot of value in collaboration, and also being able to have those conversations, because I know definitely my identity as an Indigenous person is something I've struggled with coming into, and just kind of really trying to understand a little bit more. And I think that when you have the opportunity to really talk about it and to not have it just be something that it's kind of in the back of your mind all the time, you're like, oh, is this normal? You'll understand that it's really something that so many people experience. And just those open lines of communication can make it almost improve and allow that like imposter syndrome that so many of us nowadays are feeling to kind of grow, and for us to really understand now that, okay, so what I'm feeling is normal. It's totally okay to be, you know, in this position, and here's how we can kind of move out of it and understand that our identity is the most important thing about us, and that we can really use this to our advantage and use the connections that we make to foster anything that we're kind of looking to create within our different positions, within our different just lives every day, not only within schools but also in friendships and relationships. So I think that mentorship and connection is definitely the biggest thing, because we learn the most from each other. So I think that would definitely be the most important thing we could work on.
Awesome. Those are all really good answers. And, you know, it's been a tough couple of years, you know, having to, you know, be in these virtual platforms, and, you know, mentorship, I think, is really important. I think, you know, as Hayden said, you know, getting connected with our elders. I mean, it's kind of an easy thing to do once we're out of this COVID mode again. And I think we can put those things into place to help support you guys. But again, in this COVID stuff there, you know, sometimes we can get connected, but I know we're all tired of these virtual platforms. It's getting pretty tough, you know. We're going to switch gears a little bit here. We're going to ask a little bit harder questions here. And one of them is about our identity as Indigenous people. You know, we have a lot of things that we've dealt with in our lifetime, are all the historical underpinnings of who we are and the things that we've been through as Indigenous peoples. I'm going to ask you a question. Have you or anyone around you experienced racism? And if so, what did you do about it? Did you try and stop it? Did you report it? And, you know, because again, we're in this big world, and oftentimes, you know, we have long hair. Sometimes the guys have long hair, different things like that. So that's what we're kind of trying to look for. Have you ever experienced racism, not just in school, but anywhere? And if so, how did you deal with it? Hayden?
Personally, I've never, not off the top of my head at least, but I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that. Everywhere I've been, I've had good experiences with people. All my friends are nice, and all the staff at my school, all the employees that I've been working with and stuff have been all just very nice and like just kind. But I have cousins, and they have experienced it, like dirty looks and saying like slurs towards them, and it just wasn't a good thing. And the thing that sucks about it was I couldn't even do anything about it, because they live really far away and they were texting me about it, but I couldn't do anything.
Thank you. I know it's kind of tough to deal with some of those things. So, you know, again, that's why we're having these discussions. What can we be doing better? You know, Kaya, what about you? Have you ever experienced racism, and what did you do about it, if anything?
So I feel like for me personally, just like Hayden, I haven't really had any I don't recall any experiences where people were racist towards me. Like I said before, I have a really welcoming friend group and circle of friends that I trust, and they're also kind to me. However, I've also seen it kind of like I was an observer of it. I know that my brother, when he was younger, he had long hair, and people always called him a girl, and I was only 5 years old, so I didn't really know how to address that situation. So yeah, I guess that's something that I've always kind of kept in my mind, and just I wondered how would that make him feel, just as a little boy, and always getting called a girl when he's not. So yeah.
Thank you, Kaya. Sydney, what about you?
Yeah, for sure. I think when I first thought of this question, I definitely had like a preconceived notion of what racism really was. Like I thought in my head, like there is many different ways that racism is expressed, and I thought in my head it was only through slurs or physical aggression. And while those are unfortunately occur in our world and are very valid forms of racism, I think it took me a while to realize that some of the things that I experience on the daily are often forms of microaggressions and racism towards myself. I know definitely like I said before, my identity is something I've definitely struggled with as an Indigenous person. I'm always looking to grow and to learn more about it, and it's something that is such a big part of my life. And I found that the biggest issues for me has been just people telling me I'm not Indigenous, looking at me and say, oh no, you're white, you don't look like you're Indigenous, so you're not Indigenous. And it took me a really long time to be like, oh wait, like that's not right. For a while I was just kind of brushing it off my shoulder, like, okay, yeah, maybe they just don't know, it's not my spot to correct them. And I really feel like it's only become recently where I've been like, this is a form of aggression towards me. This is them devaluing who I am as a person, which is not okay. And I think on the total other end of the spectrum, tokenism is such a big thing. I know when you work in organizations and you work within education and just within different nonprofits, I think that people see you being Indigenous as something they can use to their advantage, which I've definitely also experienced quite a bit. People, inviting me to events to say, oh, look, Sydney's here as a student, as an Indigenous student. We have an Indigenous student present, which is great that they're trying to expose it to Indigenous students. But in this case, are you doing it for the right reasons? And I think that reflection is such a big part of that, because understanding, some people might not know better. They might just think like, this is what I'm doing. I'm making an effort. And I think that if we're able to, to educate and to really explain, and I regret definitely never saying anything about it, because I think to myself, would they have done this to somebody else? Would they have said, oh, like this person is white, they're not Indigenous, they don't look like they're Indigenous, totally devaluing who they are as a person, which can be very hard on somebody, especially like me, who's just really coming into who I am as an Indigenous woman. And I think that that's definitely such a big part of my life, where it's like a spectrum of I'm either used as a token or I'm not Indigenous enough for somebody. So I feel like finding the middle ground is such a difficult thing, and really understanding racism is so many different ways than just being made fun of for the way you look or for your culture, and it's also devaluing who you are as a person. So I think that starting to understand that more has been very beneficial in me growing and coming into my identity, for sure.
Great, thank you. That's a really good point there, and I think that's one of the things that we can do more, is even a friendship center and some of the work that we do here. I know Roman's taken in a lot of that information, because again, as we unfold some of these topics, these are some of the things that we want to expand on, take a harder dive deep in, and talk about them, have those more open discussions. And I think that's what we need to be doing, is having a little bit more open discussions about it, and not be afraid to talk about it, So we're going to go on to another question here.
Before we
And
move on, Gary, before we move on,
Sure.
Hunter was unable to get his sound working. However, he did have his questions, like he did have some points that he wrote out last night with the questions, and he asked me if I could read his answers for him.
Sure.
So that's okay. So what question are you currently on?
We just got done with the racism. Have you ever experienced racism?
Which is question number 5. Okay.
5, yep.
So I will catch up as soon as with what he has here. He has, I am Hunter, Mohawk Turtle Clan from Six Nations. For the question, what are your dreams when you get older? He wants to be a pro athlete and live a healthy lifestyle and become a role model. I admire that a lot. Number 3, do you feel like you're being supported at the school and the friendship centers? Do you feel like your voices are being heard? I do feel supported in school now that everything is coming back from COVID. I know that, again, the lack of programming that we've currently had the last few years, there's some gaps there, but we're looking to close all those. He does have number 5 of, have you ever experienced racism? I have experienced racism through lacrosse from another team when they were using the war cry. So I don't know, Hayden, if you've noticed in sports, racism is alive. It's there. I know in lacrosse, especially, it's been a problem for many years. And I'm trying to just kind of elaborate on what he's talking about here, because without him actually being here and expressing what he's gone through, I can kind of give you firsthand that this is an occurrence that's happened in I'm pretty sure all levels of sports, but mostly in lacrosse because of are prominent in lacrosse. We have teams that are full on Indigenous, and we have some players that are from other centers that are on teams that are Indigenous. Like Hayden, you play in St. Catharines. You have a team full. You're there by yourself essentially, and when you do experience it, it's utterly alone because you're by yourself. And when you're experiencing these things in sports, especially not just in school, it doesn't make you feel very good. It doesn't make you want to just continue what you're doing. It doesn't want to make you continue towards your goals or your dreams. However, I'm assuming in some cases these days now, these youth are finding their voice and they're finding the ways to answer these problems, and they're combating these forms of racism, not with anger, not with hate, but they're almost in the point of educating and speaking up for their voices. Because right now in Ontario lacrosse, the OLA, they've actually instituted more restrictions on racism and the tolerance of it. Almost as much as even the fans in the stands, the racism there is no longer accepted as well. So these changes are coming to sports and to schools. It's up to our youth to continuously voice these concerns and voice these opinions, because without your voices and without your determination, that change isn't going to happen. And we can advocate for you. We can tell everybody what we want. But when it comes from our youth, that's where the passion, that's where the drive comes in. And, that's a great answer from him that I really appreciate, because, again, it's not just in schools. It's in our sports. It's in everywhere that our youth are. It's everywhere. And without your voices and without you being strong Indigenous people, like it's not going to change. And I admire all of your answers so far, and you guys are all doing a wonderful job. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Great. Thank you, Roman. We're going to move on to the next question here, and it's a little bit about what we were talking about earlier with our poster here, having orange and bringing a little bit more awareness to, again, some of those topics that I know we don't often talk about it quite a bit. We know about them, but we don't take a hard dive deep in them. So we want to ask you, what do you know about residential schools? And do you feel you're learning enough about Indigenous topics like this, either in school or even outside of school, like on the news and media and stuff like that? So what do you know about residential schools, and do you feel you're learning enough about different topics like that? And we'll continue in the same row. Hayden?
What I know is that they were basically taking kids into Catholic schools and just doing awful things to teach them these Catholic just ways that aren't a part of their culture. And I've learned about it from like movies and stuff from my family, and recently, like this week and last week, we've been focusing on what they've been doing in school lately.
Okay, good. Kaya?
Yeah, so as for like what do I know about residential schools, I think the biggest thing for me is that their impact are still affecting pretty much, like I'd say, almost every Indigenous person today. So I have family ties to somebody who went to residential school, and I know that that's definitely affected my family tremendously. And I feel like as for the school thing, I've definitely had the wonderful opportunity of having supportive teachers all throughout my school years. So in grade 6, we were actually able to go on a field trip to one of the residential schools and learn about it firsthand at the actual like institution. And then in grade 7 and 8, I attended an alternative education program where we focused a lot on Indigenous history rather than, like the traditional mainstream Canadian history. So we really, really got to dive deep into, residential schools and all of the effects that it has today. And then also throughout my entire high school career so far, in grade 9, we had an Indigenous art class where we also briefly touched on residential schools and their impacts, and we got to create some art, just kind of to show the significance of that. And then also in grade 10, we had, I did a Indigenous Studies class where we primarily just focused on Indigenous history within Canada. So I'd say that for me personally, I'm looking for the opportunities to learn about it, but I'd say that not all students have that privilege.
Great. Thank you, Kaya. Sydney, how about you?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think a portion of what I know, I can say, comes from, my education within the physical school. But majority of it just comes from, like Kaya had said, myself seeking the knowledge and really looking for a deeper understanding, within, talking about it with my family. And I think that that's been a big aspect as well. I think that what's embedded, at least in the curriculum that I've experienced, is not nearly enough. Or when it is, it's very, very minuscule and passed on upon. And it's almost like it's being taught from a Canadian, perspective. I feel like every time I've sat through a class and the topic has come up, it's been disappointing. It's been kind of like, okay, so go read this textbook on your own and then, answer a couple questions. And it's been like, nobody really understands. And I feel like there's such, people are looking to know more. I know that there were so many questions when it was brought up within my religion class. We do a world religions class. I do attend Catholic school. So within our grade 11 religion class, it is based upon world religions. There is a topic that is, or a unit based on Indigenous spirituality. And I had the most amazing teacher, and she took her opportunity to find people who were truly educated on the topic and bring Indigenous people in to teach us about our medicines and to teach us about, stuff that we weren't getting from a textbook that was written so long ago. So much information that's outdated. And it is disappointing to, look at this and say, wow, so this is really all we're learning. Because I know that, a lot of times students will turn to me because I do sit in leadership positions, not only Indigenous leadership positions, but leadership positions within my school, and kind of say like, hey, I want to learn more. Where can I learn more about this? And I feel like a lot of that responsibility is now lying onto, our students who are kind of trying to find some sort of resources to provide to our students, because our education we're getting is not enough. There is classes available at my school. I've, signed up for them year after year, and not once has it run. So I've never had the opportunity to attend a class that was fully, based on Indigenous education. There's definitely parts that are embedded into our curriculum. I know our English curriculum in grade 10, we had talked a lot about Indigenous education through Indian Horse, which is definitely commonly read book within our education curriculum. But I just found overall grade 10 history, grade 11 religion, it was all up to the teacher on how they delivered it. And I definitely think that it was almost a full 180 when I had that one teacher who took the time to really be like, hey, I want to give proper education on Indigenous culture. I don't want to read a textbook and assign it for, homework and have students just do textbook learning. I want them to understand, pulling in videos, pulling in resources, and especially through a year of online learning, which was last year. It was definitely such a pivotal moment for me to realize, like, okay, so when people want to teach about it, they will put the effort in. And in terms of residential schooling, I know in terms of residential schools, I know I also had a teacher who would take time out of their day and talk about stuff at the beginning of every class. And for a good month, we talked about residential schools and we brought in resources. I mean, I was in a physics class. This had nothing to do with history, but it was just that little bit of learning in the mornings that would kind of let the students really get that deeper understanding that they've been looking for. So I think that there's always room for improvement within curriculum, but I really think that educators now are making the efforts to give that learning to the students that we're really looking for.
Great, thank you. Roman, do we have a comment from Hunter?
Yes, we do. So he said residential schools in Canada took away my identity for who I am today. He learns more from his family than he has from his school, which is a common thing to hear. Hearing more from your family, especially when your family is more culturally involved as well.
Right. I think all these answers are really, really important, and I think that at some point in time, we can expand on some of those teachings and help, not only ourselves, but I think all Canadians. It's really tough for us to talk about residential schools because, again, what that does is that it really makes us experience things over and over and over again. So again, it's the general population that really needs to know a lot more about residential schools. But, again, I appreciate all your answers and we can expand on that. I want to, there's kind of a movement that's going on it's turned into something very globally. It happens in September and I think everybody knows about that. And I'm just going to ask you quick question about that. What do you know about Orange Shirt Day? And do you participate in that? Hayden?
Well, I know it's about it's about the residential schools and how a girl's shirt, an orange shirt, was taken from her at a school when her grandma gave it to her when she was a girl.
Good. Good. Kaya?
Yeah, so similar to Hayden, it's about, I believe her name might be Phyllis, about a little girl who got her shirt taken, her orange shirt that her grandma made her, taken away when she attended residential school. And the day is kind of just to acknowledge and reflect on residential schools and their impact and effect on Indigenous peoples. And I think especially it's become so big because of all of the unmarked graves that were uncovered in the past couple of years. For me personally, on our last Orange Shirt Day in September, I had the opportunity to go to Toronto and attend, it was like a little gathering and where people were just playing music and we all got to connect with one another. There was like a little memorial thing with a bunch of like children's toys and shoes. And yeah, I think that's a very important day.
Great. Sydney, what about you?
Yeah, for sure. I have to echo what both Hayden and Kaya had said about learning more about it. And I've had the honor to this year, actually at my school, me and my friends had organized an Orange Shirt Day sale where we raised money for Save the Evidence campaign. We had raised quite a bit of money within our school. We had sold out in the orange shirts we had designed within 24 hours, which was an amazing opportunity to kind of spread that through our school. And I know that the participation within our school was so great to see for, the impact, like Kaya said, this year has really made people want to know more. And the participation was so much greater than I've seen in any other year. And I know that we had so many students running separate little fundraisers to raise money for different Indigenous organizations. And I really think that so many people are putting in the effort to know more and to take, their education and share with others. So I think that that's so important. And it's definitely something that we look to build upon every year.
Great. I don't know if Roman is here yet or not. I just wanted to check in real quick and see if Hunter had a comment on that too at all, or?
Yeah, he wrote back saying, for the survivors of the residential schools and for the drama of the families they experienced. So basically his answer is acknowledging that we wear the orange shirts and the Orange Shirts Day to honor those families and those tragedies that have happened throughout the generations of residential schools. I really admire all your guys' answers for the knowledge that you guys do know about this, because it is a big deal for us, and it's powerful that you are learning the responsibilities of it as your youth to know these histories and to know these tragedies and to honor them. And I respect you guys a lot for this. And again, I just want to say Nyawe for all your knowledge on this.
Great, thank you, Roman. Yeah, I think it's some really big topics there, and you guys really do carry a really good wealth of knowledge about it. I got my Every Child Matters sweater on today as well. Again, they're very important topics we should be talking about a lot more. I'm going to kind of switch gears a little bit and talk about some of the programmings that's offered through the schools and through our friendship centers, those type of things there. Are you familiar with the programs at school or friendship centers that support Indigenous youth? Is there programming out there for you? Hayden?
Yeah, well, I've had a couple run-ins with Ransom Kirsten, and she helped me with schooling, and it was really good to have support there with school. And at the Native Center, I'm not sure about any of the programs, in detail at least.
Okay. Kaya, what about you?
Yeah, so I've also worked with Kirsten Ramson. She's our Indigenous grad coach at the DSBN, and she works one-on-one with students to help tutor them if they're having trouble she just provides academic support, and I've definitely utilized her services quite a bit, especially during COVID. Sometimes, it's a little bit intimidating just reaching out to teachers through email because you don't really know how to frame your questions to them. So she's been a big help for me with school as well. I'd say for the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center, I've had a lot of support from the Apatsuan program, and their resources have been so phenomenal. And I think it's definitely important that we move towards, promoting them to other students and other Indigenous youth across the community. I know that there's also the Fuse Lacrosse program. I'm not as familiar with it, but I know that that's had a lot of great responses from that program as well. So, yes.
Good. Sydney, how about you?
Yeah, I have to agree. I definitely think that this year at Niagara Catholic, we had our Indigenous team has grown quite a bit. We've hired some new positions, and I found that they have been so great in any questions that I've had, or any initiatives that I want to put forward, and just having support for that. I get quite a few emails about different things going on, which is so nice to be kept in the loop. We can definitely see that our Indigenous students are all being reached out. I know I'll get the emails every once in a while. I'll be like, oh, hey, I have nothing going on tonight. This could be fun, right? And I definitely think that the accessibility has grown so much within the last year. And I find now that I kind of am aware so much more than I was before. Like Kai had said, Apatisuan has been great as well. And just everything within the Friendship Center. I know, I see it on the Facebook pages and stuff like that, and it's always great to be able to see it and to know what's going on. And I found that that's never been an issue. I've always found it readily accessible for me.
Good. Here at the Friendship Center, we try and develop programs and build programs for a lot of our community, trying to fill some of those gaps where other service providers kind of miss our population, our Indigenous population. So Roman's one of those areas there. I'm going to kind of leave this question to Roman because this is kind of the program that he's developing and building. So I'm going to let him read out this question, and he's going to be taking all the notes from your answers there.
Before I do that, I will read Hunter's response.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So Hunter had mentioned that he only knows of the lacrosse program from the center. Speaking more on that, it was from, I believe, at the time, it was Riley's U-Haul program and Shannon's program. They were offering lacrosse skills training every Friday night. I think it was. This was pre-COVID. Now, there is more services that we do offer coming, and this is why I'm interested to know, which is going to lead us into this next question, because I feel like there is some gaps that we can try and close. So when it comes into this, if you were to attend some Indigenous youth programs here at the center, what would it look like? What would you like to see in these programs?
Hayden?
I don't know. I would probably think probably more programs to help us reconnect with our own culture instead of more education or sports and stuff. I feel like our culture is very important, and I feel like the programs at the Native Center would help that a lot to reconnect.
Good. Kaya?
So something that I love to not only learn about, but to consume is food. So I think, learning more about our traditional foods. I know that we have gardens. I think that that's something that's always really fun to be involved with. And it's so cool to see, things grow. And it's amazing to, help with that process. So learning about traditional foods and the teachings and our connection to the land is always awesome. For me personally, I'm not very athletic, but I really am creative and I love the arts. So I think, doing workshops or things for moccasin making, beading, I love all of that stuff. And I find that very, very interesting. I know in the perfect world, I would love to see something for basket making. I know that in Fort Erie, we have a really high Haudenosaunee population. But for me, I'm Mi'kmaq, and I have a grandma who was a basket weaver, and I've always found fascination in that. So I think that's, I don't know, in a perfect world, that's what I would like to do.
Awesome, awesome. Sydney, how about you?
Yeah, I think that the most engaging thing we can do is work on those hands-on things, inviting our youth to workshops. Kaya kind of hit on a couple with drum making as well, mock making, beading, basket making, stuff like that. I think the hands-on aspect is so much fun because not only are we learning about it, but we're also getting to make something that's kind of fun and something that we can take home with us. I also am a big history snob. I love learning about history and, correct history. So I think that that could also be something we could, work on, is teaching our youth more about some of the history behind, like Kaya said, our land or just our people. And I think that would be something that would be so powerful. Definitely might not be as fun as, getting to eat some good food, but for some people, it might just touch on that more academically learning based type of youth that might enjoy something like that. And I also think mentorship is something that's great. I know we touched on that a little bit before, but I think just being able to set up youth with other youth to connect within our community is so big. And I know that making those friendships are, it's our friendship center, right? That's what we're here for. So I think that that could be a really great opportunity for us as well.
Good, good. Roman, what about what's Hunter saying?
So Hunter would like to have more programming available for his age, and again, more traditional teachings and sports, basketball, lacrosse, etc. Now, this is where I would like to say, when Kai, you were mentioning about the basket making and the drum making and stuff, a lot of these craft makings are actually offered currently through various programs and essentially through Wasanabin with Shannon Cotter. She does a lot of crafts and a lot of moccasin making and a lot of other crafts. So I do encourage you to reach out to Shannon, and I will get you in touch with her as well, so that you can know what's going on in the programming, especially with we're starting to get to a point where we can have a little more in-person programming eventually, in the next couple of weeks here, as well as moving forward. It's important for our youth to stay in touch with what's happening at the center. And we are looking for more ways to get you informed about what is happening, like having a live calendar or having updated calendars go on a monthly basis, or having us reach out to you individually through emails. There's going to be a lot of ways that I'm trying to figure out how we can connect with you, so you know what is happening here at the center. It is very important to know what you guys want and to hear these teachings of what you're asking for. That's specifically what I do. My program will be offering more traditional teachings, along with some fun. We do go camping, but we will be learning traditional things along the way. For instance, when we went camping in October of last year, we went up to Cape Croker, and we went camping out in the woods, and we stayed along the water. We had some water teachings, and we had some fire teachings, and we kept the fire lit, and we learned how to cook on an open fire. So there was things that we were doing that we're learning. And these are the things I want to keep offering. And the only way I can keep offering these things, and the only way that we as a center can support your needs, is if we know what you want. So even if there is youth out there that are currently watching, or if you know youth that want more programming, I encourage you to contact us. Even leave it in the comments, even leave it in the our emails, wherever you can get a hold of us. Those are what we want to hear. I want to know exactly what you guys want, what the youth want. And anytime that you can tell me, I'm all ears. And moving forward, I encourage you to reach out to the Youth Council and be a part of that. The Youth Council is meant for the youth. It's meant to give directly back to what you want. And if you feel like you're too old and you don't want to be part of the Youth Council, you can be a mentor. Sydney, you're doing very well for yourself. You're going into college. You're being a successful role model for our younger youth, and we would love to have you as a mentor. Kaya, the same thing. I know that you're very busy with all the other programs that you got going on, but you're a great mentor. And Hayden, you've come a long way from when I've seen you before. You're on here, you're talking, you're answering, you're giving us answers, and I'm very proud of all of that. And it's watching our youth grow up and become more of those leaders and current leaders that we have in our community. I have nothing but respect, and I thank you for your answers, for your honesty about what you want. And Hunter, same thing. I only have his answers written out, but I know he would be speaking, and I know he would speak from the heart. And if there's something missing, I want to provide that for you. So I encourage you to keep reaching out. I encourage you to keep trying and try and try and try.
Good, thank you, Roman. I think all of you have kind of touched on it a little bit by requesting mentorship and looking at mentorship and leadership, that kind of thing. There, this question is kind of built around that. Who is your role model and why? Hayden?
My role model is named Eddie Hall. He won World's Strongest Man in 2017, and I just find him to be such an amazing guy. He has this quote that he says. I don't know if he got it from someone else, but whatever you do, whether you love it or hate it, you should always work your hardest, and you should never give up on what you're doing.
Great, thank you, Hayden. Kaya, what about you? Who is your role model?
Okay, I want to preface this by saying this is no offense to Gary, the host of this, because, he's my dad. But I would say that my mom is a very big role model of mine.
Burn.
Not that my dad isn't, but he definitely is. But I'd say just, over the years, she has just been one of my biggest supporters alongside my dad. But she's really taught me about self-care and, really, really just making sure that I'm taking care of myself through everything. And she's taught me to, just give out love and kindness to everybody that I come across. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons that I've learned in life. So, yeah.
Thank you, Kaya. We'll talk after, but thank you. Sydney, how about you? Who's your role model?
I have to say my mom as well. I definitely can echo what Kaya said pretty much to a T, but my mom has definitely supported me through, finding who I am as a person and really growing into myself. And I'd be absolutely lying if I said we didn't fight sometimes, because I'm 17 and it's just how it is sometimes. But yeah, she's definitely been my biggest supporter, and she's encouraged me to never give up, although sometimes I really, really want to. And that type of a little bit of a push and a little bit of encouragement has always kind of let me understand that where I am is where I'm meant to be, and kind of really focused on centering myself and taking time when I'm overwhelmed for myself, balancing in my life and not worrying so much about the little things and kind of focusing more on the big picture. And I think that that's just been so important to me in my life. And I don't know, where I'd be without her. I definitely look up to her every day. She's very inspiring to me, and all the stuff that she's kind of done within her life is definitely how I hope to be in mine. So I look up to her every day, and I'm very thankful that she's taught me the things I have. I have to say I'm definitely the person I am today because of her, and she just encourages my growth, which is the biggest thing to me. So, yeah.
Good. Roman, what about what's Hunter seen?
Hunter has written down. He has a lot of role models in his life, mainly, or I think it's mainly his uncles. Let me just double check that again. I just lost my phone just turned off. He said, I have many role models in my life like my uncles. And again, that's family is always usually the source of role models. And, Gary, I hope you brought some aloe lotion for that burn that you just got there.
I'll be okay, Roman.
Way to go, Kaya. I'm so glad that you picked your mom and you made it.
I'm okay, Roman.
There's no need for tears. It's okay.
You know what? We have these conversations, and we have these bigger conversations often with our youth, and this is our second year having this part of it. And one of the things that we always do is we're asking you the questions. I want to put it out there. Do you have any questions for us? What about that, Hayden? You got any questions for us?
Not specifically. I don't think I could think of any off the top of my head.
Okay, Kaya?
I guess this is a question kind of directed to Roman. And, I think I particularly kind of have the answer, but I would like to hear more about it. I know that you're very, very passionate about this youth council and making it grow. So I was just wondering if you could go more into depth on how maybe some plans that you have in place to expand and get more members and more youth involved in the youth council.
Yeah, no problem. So me and the youth recruiter, Talia, we have been in talks with a lot of various options about how we can go about expanding. And currently, right now, we are working with actually you in the high school to get more involved with our high school students and finding a space for us in the school to actually be there, as opposed to waiting for people to come to us, waiting for youth to come to us. We want to go there in full force attack and be there with them. So opening those doors and getting inside the walls and being able to invite youth to our youth council and just being part of our youth programming in general. If it doesn't need to be just part of the youth council. It can be just participating and doing some of the programs that we offer. So when we come into the schools, we're going to be bringing people with us. We're going to be bringing guests with us and certain different things and providing lunches and providing food. So when we come together, we're going to be eating, we're going to be talking, we'll be laughing. There's going to be a lot of heartfelt feelings. There's going to be, listening. And so when we are going to be expanding, we talk about expanding in numbers and we're expanding our reach. We're extending our hand. We're looking for you guys to take that and to come with us because we want you to be a part of this and we want you to grow this on your own because this is technically your seed. This is your power. This is where you're going to be. You all have voices on your own that are very, very powerful and individually, but when you bring them all together, there's no telling what you'll be able to do. And so when it comes to expanding, we just mean extending our reach beyond just the center and just extending our reach beyond just Fort Erie. So, our catchment, we want to go to Welland, we want to go to Port Colborne, we want to be in the schools. And again, that this self-identifying logo, which is the Youth Council, which is here in the background, it's what represents you and what, it's what's going to bring you all together. And having, it's like, so like I said, I kind of said something before about having mentors on our council. So if you're over the age of 23 and you're still want to be a part, but you can't commit, we need mentors to give back to our youngers. And if you are, doing well and you are successful and you are going to school, you're still considered a mentor because you're setting good examples for those youth that are below you, for 15, 16, 17, kids that are still in high school. This is how we want to give back. This is how we want to expand. We want to be more than just a president, vice president, treasurer kind of thing. We want to be mentors and successors and leaders and future leaders. My age is only 15 to 30, but technically I go to 12 and up because those 12, 13, 14, those are leaders in training. Those are kids that are coming up below and that can't technically have a vote on the council yet, but when they do, they'll be ready. When it comes to getting jobs, they'll be ready. When it comes to talking like this, they'll be ready. So that's what I mean when we want to expand. Like we don't want to physically expand inside the center. We want to expand outside of the center. We want our reach to be everywhere. We're going to be looking to collaborate with NRNCs, with their youth council once they get up and running. We want to be everywhere, not just here.
Good. Thank you, Roman. Sydney, what about you?
Are we asking if I have any questions? Is that what we're at?
Yeah. Do you have any
sure.
questions for us?
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. I've kind of been elaborating on everything after each response, which has been taking a few notes there. So as of right now, I don't really have any questions. I feel like most of the ones that I had going into this had been answered quite adequately. So yeah, I'm good for now. Thanks.
Good. Anything from Hunter?
Is this question 11? It just says follow your heart and use all your opportunities, which that's a bold statement. I like that a lot. So yeah, follow your heart and take seize opportunities, and that's basically how we should be living. Follow where you want to go and take those opportunities.
All right, Roman, you want to do the next question here?
I suppose. Oh, okay. So I just answered this. As you get older, you'll become role models into our other youth. What is one piece of advice you'd give to other youth to encourage them? So this is where Hunter said, follow your heart and take the opportunities. So that makes a lot more sense. Hayden?
I would tell them to probably just work hard and do what they need to do to achieve their best goals and be the best person they are.
Thank you. Kaya?
I would say to just definitely just give love out to not like everybody around you, but also yourself. I think that's so important to just practice self-care, and it's you can't do anything good if you don't feel good. So I think that's really important to just spread love and kindness.
Thank you. Sydney?
Yeah, definitely. I think self-care is so important, and not pushing your own boundaries, kind of understanding that you have to come first sometimes, and your best self is only like a reflection of the work that you do. And I think that the biggest piece of advice that I would give is just to understand that your voice is just as powerful as anybody who is, 10, 20 years your superior. Like I think that understanding that youth is so important, because we are going to be the people who are going to grow into these positions up into as we get older and as we become adults. So I think that not devaluing yourself is super important, and never just kind of looking down on yourself because of your age, and understanding that your maturity often comes from the fact that you are youth within your community. So yeah.
Thank you. Just understanding that the youth, you are here, you are now. It's not like you're going to be tomorrow. You're doing things today. Especially you three, you're here, you're answering, you're talking. It's being comfortable in uncomfortable situations. And that's one of the biggest things I can say to you is, just use your voice. You all have one. It's very powerful, and your opinion matters to a lot of us. And to be honest with you, I take your opinions more so than most others, because you like I said, you're here, you're now, you're next, you're present, you're everywhere. And it's very inspiring to hear the words that you guys are sharing with us. And again, I can't thank you enough for how much you've given us today. Now, I think Gary had already asked this one, but is there anything else you want to ask us? But I'm pretty sure that was the last one there. And we like to end these kind of forums on we talked about some heavy things today. And, we have some subjects that can get a little winding in the mind. And we want to end their session on a fun note and kind of get you guys, a little more energetic and just before you take off on us. So we're going to I'm going to go back and forth with Gary here, and we're going to bounce some fun questions off you guys here. So what is your favorite song, Hayden?
Wait. Okay, sorry. My favorite song would be probably Blinding Lights by The Weeknd.
Okay.
My favorite song always changes. I feel like I don't have a specific favorite song, but definitely probably any song by Shawn Mendes for sure. So
Good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine definitely fluctuates too. I think right now I'm probably sitting at either Telescope by Cage the Elephant or Back in the Day by Mac Miller. I'm probably between those two right now.
Nice.
We have something from Hunter?
No, he didn't get to that part. He just he had done finished at 11.
Okay, good. Next question. If you could travel anywhere in the world, where would it be and why? Hayden?
We'll come back to Hayden. Kaya?
Kaya?
For me personally, I've always been interested in visiting New Zealand. I don't know, that's always been like my mom's dream destination, and somehow it, I guess it passed down to me. I found it very fascinating, especially with the time differences and, the indigenous culture there, I think is very interesting as well. So yeah, probably New Zealand.
Good. Sydney, how about you? Where would you want to go and why?
I've definitely always had my dream destination of being like Amsterdam. I've definitely wanted to travel there. I know my mom's been there. It's one of those places that I just feel like I need to go to at some point. So hopefully sometime soon, but that's probably up there for me.
Good.
Looks like we lost Hayden, but that's fine. We're almost done here. Last one. What is your favorite food? We'll start with Kaya.
Okay. Once again, it's always changing. But recently, like my favorite food, just because it's so easy to make, is probably just eggs, like scrambled eggs or like eggs on a sandwich. Yeah, because it's just easy and it's so convenient and reliable. So yeah.
Hayden, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get your. If you could travel anywhere in the world, where would be and why?
Probably Australia or British Columbia. Australia because it's really nice and warm. It's there's so many like animals there that I would like to see.
Giant spiders?
And BC because it's like a really nice place to go. I've been there before and it looks nice. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not afraid of spiders? Oh, he's gone. All right. Sydney, favorite food?
Definitely burritos. I love breakfast burritos, regular burritos. I love burritos. I'll eat them any day.
Burritos, burritos, and burritos. Burritos and more. Burritos. Awesome.
Great. I just want to thank everybody who joined us today, all of our youth. I really wish we could have had Hunter on here. Hunter's he's another one that, he's growing up to be a great leader. Hayden, I can't say enough about him and his leadership, just outside of school too, as well, on the lacrosse field and all the sports that he takes part of. Hayden's a really good guy. He's doing a lot for our community as well. So I've just given you props, Hayden. Welcome back there. I was just talking about how you guys, all the youth that we have here, Sydney, Kaya, all the good work that you guys are doing right now. We want you to keep it up. We want to hear from you more. I know with Roman's program, he's going to be trying to do some more of these forums and hear some more from you guys, all you youth. As a, I don't want to say older person in the community, but I do want to say that I think we're in good hands with our youth here. I mean, you guys have spoken very, very well. And I think you're all doing good work, and keep it up. And just know that we're here for you too as well. So if you ever want to speak out, or you got questions, or you need anything, that you have someplace to lean on, and you have people to turn to as well. So I thank you all for all your conversation today. It was very brilliant, very smart. I think you all articulated yourself very well. I think we'll take a lot from this conversation and dialogue we had today. And I just want to say a great big nyawa to all of you for joining us here today.
Great. Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, yes, Roman, what do you think?
It was very enlightening, and I really enjoyed what Kai had to say there. It was nice. It was nice. It was nice to watch your facial expression go from smiling to.
No, I encourage her, and I encourage all our youth to speak out. I mean, that's the biggest thing we want to have is we do really need to be listening to them. And we did it last year, and I was just amazed. And this year, I'm equally as amazed of how their responses are and how they. Again, I feel like I had like an adult conversation with them. It's just they know so much and doing so much.
I really appreciated their honesty, and even Hunter, when he he had written out his answers previously. So when we had the situation where he couldn't come on, he was prepared to send them to me. Like that.
Yep.
That's preparation, and that's taking leadership, and that's taking honest. And the fact that he had those ready and he fired them off to me as soon as he realized he wasn't going to be able to stay on, and it's inspiring to see that these youth are taking responsibility for a lot of their actions and a lot of their roles in our community. And this is just a handful. There's a lot more out there, and it's a wonderful thing to see that they're growing up and they're having these successes. And I want nothing but the best for them. And today was a great showing of what they can do.
Yeah, I totally agree. This was a very powerful conversation. I think we asked our youth and they spoke out, and I think we need to respond to that. That's the biggest part about all this is we can't just ask the question. We need to be able to respond to them. We need to really put into place some of the things that they're talking about. So again, it'll spark more dialogue. How do we go about doing that? But I appreciate the conversation that we had. So I think we're very proud to have our youth here today. So
it's one thing for them to voice their opinion. It's another for us to take it and do something with it. You know, we need action, and that's what we're all about, and that's what I'm about is action. So let's make that change, and let's take that their opinions and let's run with it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Roman. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break, give everybody a break before we have our next speaker on. Steve's going to be joining us, Steve Tushkanig, and we're very happy to have him. He's also an inspirational speaker. So stay tuned. And Riley, we're going to tune in a quick video here while we take about a 10-minute break.
In this country, 70, more formally 50 years old. It's an old movement with a lot of capacity that is built into the community, and we are in this moment that is called now reconciliation, and I don't know, I to me I'm all in because I've got kids. I got 2 kids. They are in the van, so I do have to cut this short this evening. Fort Erie's safe. We're not in Buffalo, you guys.
We got to hang out with the kids in the summer day camp, and it was triggering and traumatic and hilarious and amazing. I spent most of my summers as a teenager as a camp counselor or a camp coordinator, and so I knew what Riley was going through with all the kids running around having fun, planning activities and all that.
Hey, right guy.
How's it going?
It's
All right, I'd give you a handshake, but
chest bump. Do you have kids?
I have one
Okay, cool.
newborn, 2 months. So
Oh, congratulations, man.
thank you.
That's awesome. I got 2. They're in the car, so I got to get going. But I worked at summer jobs at Friendship Centers pretty much my whole life, and always worked with kids. And I love that, to be a part of the community, kind of bringing up the next generation. You find it inspiring to work with them? You find it like really fulfills your life? Is it something you want to do as a career?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Every day, you get to bring the kids in and hopefully inspire them, like you said, and try and get them to achieve their goals. And
Yeah.
that's the best part about it is it's rewarding to be able to do something like that.
It's awesome, man. I'm pretty inspiring myself, and I was going to offer like to volunteer for the day. I don't know if you need the help, but like I'm pretty inspiring.
All right. Well, if you want to help out, here you go. Meet them in the gym, and we'll see you in there.
All right, man. Let's go.
I told that joke in Saskatchewan one time, but leaving my kids in the van, and boy, people were just shut right down. They're so mad. After the show, an elderly woman, she chased me out to the parking lot. She says, "A stum, fat boy, a stum." She's got her walker. She's chasing me up. Come here, come here. And I didn't know what I had said to offend her. That's not my goal. My goal is for everyone to have fun. I want everyone to have fun. And I could tell she was mad. And she says, I have Facebook too, you know. And I said, oh, yeah, okay, great. Add me up. I don't know, like what you're getting at, you know? She says, I'm going to go on Facebook and tell everyone Mr. Funny Man likes child abuse. I was like, no, you're not. No, I don't know. No. Hey, Riley.
How's it going?
I got this. You go take a break.
All right.
I tried to get in there and run a game with them, and that was a failure.
I'm your grumpiest camp counselor, Ryan, and we're going to have a lot of fun today, I think.
There are a couple of tough cookies in the group, and definitely reminded me of myself and my friends at that time. And so you can't be mad. You're like, oh, that's what they call karma. Yeah, coming back at you a little bit. And
before we start today, guys, I need to stretch. What's so funny? Today at summer camp, we are going to play a game called Giants, Sorcerers, and Dwarves, okay? Giants kill sorcerers. Sorcerers kill dwarves. Dwarves kill giants. It is messed up, but it's my game. I knew it was a failure when the balls started flying at my head and things were starting to go sideways a little bit. Any questions? Any questions? Too slow, too slow. It's programs like these that really inform those early days of gaining those leadership skills and all of the skills that you need to be confident as a young person and to understand what it means to contribute to your community as a young person. And teams, please make your way to the green lines and let the battle begin. On the counts of 3, the battle will begin. When I count to 3, each of you 2 teams will strike your pose. 1, 2, 3. Go back to the green lines. Come on, that's a tie. Come on, man. Let's go. Is this something that you're going to make a career of? Do you have, other ambitions inside the Friendship Center, or do you kind of feel like you're home now?
Honestly, I love this position. I don't see myself changing anytime soon, and I would hope not. But maybe once I get older and I can't run around as much, then maybe we'll look at different positions. But
You're looking at what happens. You gain a few pounds, you get these. This is weird, hey? Yeah, this is your future. That's what programs like that really, really show is, yes, you're here to have fun. Yes, you're here to play. You're here to hang out with your friends. And you better put those chairs away and set up the tables for the seniors that are coming in later, right? Like it's that kind of thing where you understand your place in the circle when you're a part of a program like that. But she was really mad at me, and she said, "You think it's funny?" I said, "I don't think it's funny. I don't think there's nothing funny about child abuse. How dare you?" And she said, "No, your jokes about your kids and your vehicle." I said, "I was joking. And by the way, lady, I'm a survivor, okay? If anyone can talk about being locked in a van, it's me. Because I've survived it. And I'm here to tell my truth." Who here hasn't, honestly, sat outside of a casino or a bingo hall just once in your life while mom and dad went and played their last $20? Who? Show of hands. None of you. Everyone has. We've all been locked in a van. Back in the day, that's how you earned your first eagle feather, okay? We get to feed the elders tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So really looking forward to having some of this.
So you definitely want to impress them, right? You got to get it right.
They're who I'm cooking for. If they don't like it, word gets out. You make one bad bowl of corn soup one time, you're done. You're fired as the corn soup maker. So
we're gonna bring that soup now to the seniors program, and we're gonna serve it for lunch. And so if it goes bad, Carl's gonna blame me because I had a little hand in stirring and adding some ingredients. So I'm gonna find out because I'm calling bingo after lunch, and I'll be the guy that says, "Hey, how was the soup? I made it with Carl." And if it sucks, then I'm probably gonna need security to walk me out of the building or something. I don't know, because corn soup is serious, man. It's like wild rice for me, like sometimes I'll look at someone's wild rice and I'm like, man.
soup, sir.
Awesome. Look at that.
1,000 years of tradition in that bowl.
Yeah. So you tried it?
Yeah.
And I didn't ruin it?
We added a little fish juice and wild rice just to try and make it to your seasoning. It's okay.
Mm. Oh, man. Mm. Is there more?
Maybe just for you.
That's so good. Like the corn is like a nice dense bite. The beans kind of melt. Then you get like a nice little shot of meat. It's there's actually nothing like this.
Like there's no other food like this. So I understand you have a bit of a job for me this afternoon. You're laughing. That can't
Already.
be good.
You're in for it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be the volunteer bingo caller this afternoon. Are there any tips for survival that'll ensure that I make it out alive?
I'm just going to tell you, call the correct number.
Oh, no. Okay.
And even then, you may not survive.
Okay.
They're tough. They're a tough crowd, but they like bingo and they're looking forward to it.
Oh, well,
Yes.
I'll do my best. I was calling bingo in Northern British Columbia at an event, and I've done a lot of hard things in my life. That might be one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. So, so thanks for letting me crash your bingo game. We have a few rules: no fist fights, no heckling. You can't.
Well, now you know you're going to get it twice as bad. Right?
Okay. So lots of heckling, extra heckling. Thank you, and no smack talk to each other. We are here to play a respectful game and a good game. And these are our prizes. We have some Kleenex. We have some penne pasta. We have a ripe avocado. Feel that. It feels nice, eh? Yeah, there you go. I-22. Under the O-64. O-64.
Some good numbers.
Under the G-54. Hey! We have a good bingo. Congratulations to the young lady. Ooh, the applesauce. The applesauce has been taken. So there was on my reserve, there was this man who his wife had passed away a long time ago, and he was trying to date. And he was an older man. He was in his late 70s, and he picked up a young woman from the senior center. She was in her mid 60s, and they were driving to bingo, and he wanted to flirt a little bit, and he was kind of looking over at her as they were driving, and he's kind of winking and paying real close attention to her as he was driving. And she said, "Holy, you're passionate." And he goes, "Yes, I am very passionate." She goes, "No, the bingo hall, you're passionate, you're passionate." That's a cheap one, but I'll take it. Cheap joke. Okay, this one, we are going to play one line in any direction. It's such a unique place, and a vibrant place, and a place with all kinds of history and capacity. And when you think about people that have come through the doors of Friendship Centers that you visited, or that you've been a part of, what kind of words come to mind when you think about the community that surrounds a Friendship Center? What comes to mind for you?
I think of it in the context of Longhouse and our actual traditional communities. I think about it that everyone, when they walk into a Friendship Center, should feel like they're at home and feel free to be themselves and bring their best selves. And our job as helpers is
Gary, you're muted.
I always do this big introduction and just silent mode there. I know I sounded good, but anyways, welcome back. We're back to our Fort Erie Native Friendship Center Youth and Elders Conference here. We're in day 2, and We just got done with our youth forum, another powerful talk from our youth speaking out in the community, talking about a lot of different Indigenous topics. And again, it's really been a great conference so far. Even though we're in this virtual platform, it's just given us so many teachings. And I think our youth forum is always one of those parts of our conference that really captivates the viewers here, because they speak out so much about so many issues. And again, I say that our youth, we're in good hands in the future, because we got some pretty good, powerful youth here in the community. So we're very happy about that. I want to take this opportunity now to just kind of go through our agenda again one more time. We got Steve Tushkanig joining us here just in a few minutes. After lunch, we're going to take a little bit of time after lunch, and then we're going to come back with Andy White and Randy White. They're going to be joining us from Whitefish Bay, Ontario. They're going to be talking about our jingle dress story, and they have a very good world-renowned drum group, Whitefish Bay Singers, travel all over North America, Turtle Island, and they're going to be with us too. And then wrapping up our day, we're going to have Dr. Beverly Jacobs again, so stick around. We got some really good speakers going on all throughout the day. But right now, I just want to bring in our next guest, Steve. He's an inspirational speaker. I've had the opportunity to see him play golf, and again, it's another one of these speakers that's really going to be talking about the helping our youth. He's a motivational speaker. I can't say enough. Coming to us all the way from Walpole Island. So, Steve, glad you can be with us here today, and happy to have you here.
Absolutely. Got to do my audio check. You can hear me quite well?
We can hear you good. Yes, very well.
I had everything all set up to stand up and move around, but I'm sitting at my desktop, so I'm just moving my chair. But I think it was probably the software on my iPad that isn't functional. So my desktop is, and it's a pleasure to be here, Gary. And
good. We're glad to have you here. I know you're doing a lot of good work out there in the communities, and especially in the golf world. We have Indigenous people in a lot of different sports, a lot of different areas there. And the work that you're doing in the golf there, I see you're doing some good work with Jesse Smith too, and just elevating our platform for Indigenous youth in our communities.
Yeah, I think it's so important, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it. And I'm sure the youth have already made a mention of how important it is to be youth-led. And I can't say it enough. We sit in the circle with our children, and our children will then get up and they're going to say a speech, and they're going to say a powerful one. But a part of those words are, it's time for me to now use those words and use our actions to make it better for the next 7 generations. And I've always been that kind of advocate of saying, you know what, it's time to let them lead. We can help them and move them along in the process, but it's so important to actually watch them. That doesn't mean we don't want them to succeed, but what we want to do is ensure that they have a voice, and having that voice is so powerful for our youth, and they do have one, and they're using it each and every day. And I'm grateful to hear all of those things that you made a mention of, Gary. And for me, golf has always been something that's been in my life, and I'm grateful for it. But more importantly, community is really where it came from. I was golfing within Walpole Island and all over the nations. I was coming to Six Nations a lot in the territory, and I was always wondering why. And then my relatives let me know. They said we have Mohawk relatives, so it made sense to me on reasons why I was playing in Six Nations a lot in the territory, and up in Niagara. We have a lot of events, and I'll talk about a couple of the events that are taking place. I just actually got off a call right before I'm on this one in regards to our Indigenous Championships, what's going to be held in Monthill. So, we've advocated, and I've been advocating ever since I was a child, to go out and play, and actually play within First Nations territory. So, Gary, it wouldn't have been possible without the support of our elders in our community, and I want to let people know just how important that is. throughout the nations, because we all come from the traditional territories of Turtle Island. We're all cousins and we're all relatives, and we all should be helping one another. And I think that is so key to what we want to do in the next 7 generations. Is now it's real about identifying those partnerships and identifying who's going to make those changes. And I know it's going to be our youth, and I'm grateful for that opportunity.
Totally agree. And I'm glad to have you here today. And I'm just going to turn the presentation right over to you and pop back on a little later. But it's all yours. Thanks, Steve.
All right. So I want to say Bonjour, Ani, Steve Tushkanik, Dijnakas, Bekajwanong, Dunjabal, Walpole Island First Nations. I want to say Bonjour, hello. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. What I want to talk about is the understanding of where we come from. So I made a mention to Gary and the nations on where we're going and how we're going to get there. So a little bit of background of who I am. My name is Steve Tushkanik. I was born and raised on Walpole Island First Nation. My parents were always involved in what we call politics, but they were very involved in the community. The community was something that they believed in, they talked about, and my community of the Keshemarong territory always supported me and still support me today in my golf avenue and some of the things I've been able to help the youth out. So with that being said, I want to talk about how important it is to have that foundation of community. So when I was growing up, and although I can't see who's on the call, I do want to let you know that there will be some references to alcohol abuse. I just want to make you aware of that. So I hope you have some supports near. This is just my story, and a story that I want to share with you each and every day, because it is my story, and it's the story is really about healing and wellness and how it comes back to our elders in our community. So I grew up on Walpole Island First Nation. My parents are Bill and Shirley Tushkanik. My sister is Cheryl, and I have a brother, Andrew, as well. So we were growing up on our nation, and we were always having a blast, having a good time, enjoying one another's company. But there was something different in my mentality and what I wanted to do and what I wanted to achieve. And inside of me was that spirit. So I do want to let you know, Tushkanik, in the essence of who I am, Tushkanik means young person, youthful person, one who helps young. So when I learned that from the elders, it kind of opened doors for me. But I had that youthful spirit and where I wanted to help people and I wanted to make a difference. So growing up in the game of golf, I was able to go to different communities and different nations and take part in the game of golf. But we weren't just talking about golf. We were talking about our relatives. We were talking about family. We were talking about organizations who are helping us out. Each and every one of those organizations today help us move to the next our next level in life. So when I was growing up on Walpole Island First Nation, I was traveling to different nations, Aamjiwnaang, Kettle Point. I was traveling to Six Nations. I was traveling to all across Ontario. And then I made a decision to travel to Canada, but I'll get to that a little bit later. So growing up, we had the foundation of family. That was very, very important to us. The game of golf and sports were how we were able to get there. So it was something that I watched my mother play fastball. I watched my father play golf. And in doing so, we were always talking about sports and wellness and how it plays an important role in how we see the world. So I was looking at a world where we were talking about competitiveness, and you want to talk about competitive spirit, just go to the little NHL and you will see just how competitive we are. Those times have changed over the years, but that competitive spirit that's in our hearts and in our spirit, we continue to do that today and every day. So I want to say miigwech for that. Moving forward is that in life, you're going to have tough times. You're going to have times that are going to challenge you. They're going to sometimes bring tears to your eyes, and they're going to well up. And that emotion in today's world is pretty prevalent, especially after the post-COVID and what we're going through. So a lot of emotions have been taking place within Mother Earth, also within our territories. So it's very important that you go back to the elders and talk to them and speak to them, and actually just sometimes just listen. So my story, I started out playing high school golf. So I kind of fast forward into where some of the things that really challenged me were a lot of my high school days. So being youthful and being Indigenous was very tough in my life. I watched my mother and my father talk about and be leaders within the community, but I didn't hear my language. I didn't hear Ojibwe, and I didn't hear the Lenape language. I just heard English. So with that being said, I went to high school and all I heard was English, and I didn't really hear about our nations and how they were talking and how they were speaking and how they were trying to rejuvenate the language. That was just my path. That doesn't mean it wasn't happening, because I'm sure it was happening in the people who really were understanding and speaking the language. But for me, I didn't have that opportunity. So when I went to high school, I had just come, so that was in grade 9. So I had just actually come back from Ottawa. My father had taken a position with the Assembly of First Nations and moved us to Ottawa at a very young age. So I left Walpole Island community through grade 5, 6, 7, 8, and then returned in grade 9. But in those 4 years, I learned a lot about community as it relates to city life. But there was no talk about Indigenous, and there was no talk about First Nations. It was really it had to do with a different kind of community. So I got used to, but my heart was always in Walpole, and I was always looking back to see how they were doing, because I really missed the community. I really thought about them all the time, but I knew my father had to make that jump. When you're a young kid, you just kind of roll with the punches, and you just do things as your parents have laid it out for you. For me, I got to know a lot of friends in Ottawa, and I got to spend some time living in Ottawa, and I would spend a lot of my time watching hockey. I wasn't speaking my language. I didn't understand what it meant to be Potawatomi and Lenape and be a part of the Three Fires Confederacy. I wasn't understanding all of these things until I made my way back to Walpole, and it happened over a long period of time. So with that being said, I lived the city life for a long time, and I really I learned to enjoy it. I learned to go to middle school. I met a lot of people from all over the world. As you can imagine, Ottawa is a very big city. So I got to understand what it meant to live in that type of community. But again, my heart was always with Walpole Island. So when we made the transition back from Ottawa, I know my mother had missed the community a lot. She was very involved. My father was involved too, but he was just in a different leadership role. So when we made that decision to come back home, we decided as a family to make that move. But it was right in a very crucial spot in my learning, which was in grade 9. So when I moved back to the community, I wanted to be able to fit back in, and I wanted to be a very big part of the community. And obviously in grade 9, you want to have friends and you want to do these things. I had all my friends that I had in grade 6 from the community, but it was a different type of atmosphere now. I really had to find who I was and where I wanted to go. And, for me, and I won't speak about my circle at the time, but I will let you know that they're still my friends today. No matter where I go, although we don't get to spend a lot of time together, they're still my friends, and they will always continue to be my friends growing up. We played hockey together. So when I came back to grade 9, we moved back to Wallaceburg, Walpole Island area, and I was very involved in getting through high school and learning different ways in which to achieve success. For me, unfortunately, that was sometimes hanging out with friends more than I was attending class. I will be very truthful in how I went about doing my high school days, but there was something in the back of my mind that kept holding me back, and it was that reconnection to community, that reconnection. I was living in the community, and I was, right back at where I grew up, right along the water, sitting on Bickergeron, but there was like a divide, and that divide for me was really understanding who I was, and I didn't understand that. I didn't know who I was. So I went through grade 9 and 10, and I decided in order to get past a lot of things in my life and a lot of heartbreak, I decided to look to alcohol to make those decisions. So honestly, there would be days when I would go to school and I would have alcohol in my locker in order to get me through the day. You're talking to a person who is very introverted, meaning I kept to myself a lot. Although I was very outgoing and very happy with a lot of my friends, in nature, I wanted to kind of just hang out with a small circle. Nobody really understood that part, not even my teachers. And then moving on, not even my principals. So they had to understand better where I was coming from, and I didn't even know where I came from. And it took a turn for the worst when I was in grade 11. So imagine being 2 years going back and forth, drinking alcohol, going to school, doing the things that you think that you're supposed to do. One, it never involved school for me. I made it through class just barely. I know in my first year, grade 9, and this is the truth, I got 1 credit out of a possible 16 credits, and that 1 credit was my gym credit. And I look at my transcript today, and I can't even imagine what it was like for me at that particular time, looking at through a different lens today. But what I will let you know is I was lost and I was confused, and I really needed some guidance. So this story that I want to share, I know I lift my prayers up to my friend, but this story involves a friend who I lost, and I make a mention of Terrence quite often, and I let the family know just how much I cared for this particular gentleman, because he was like a brother to me. So in grade 11, we decided to go. You're now talking to a person who's gone through grade 10, 11, not understanding who they are, not understanding where they want to go. I did have sports, I did have community, but there was something that was, itching in the back of my, I guess, in my spirit, in my heart, that, what was I reaching for? What was I looking for? How was I going to get there? So we decided to, one particular weekend, and we decided to go on a trip, which involved going out and having some booze, and that particular day turned into one of the darkest times of my life. And over a period of time, and within 24 hours, everything changed for me. And what had happened is we were in a car wreck. We had flipped the vehicle, and I had lost someone very, very close to me, and I still think about him today. But to me, at that particular time in my life, I had no clue of what was going on in my life. Everything to me was like a blur. One, you're consuming alcohol, and you're trying to live your best life, just making it through. Those were my high school days. And then on top of it, I then now had to deal with, and it went like this. So we go through and I won't get into detail, but what I will say is, after the car accident, I had no clue what was reality and what wasn't reality. I think they call that post-traumatic stress. However, there was more to it than that. So I decided to make a phone call to the mother of my best friend, and I said, is Terrence really gone? And she had to let me know that, yeah, Steve, he's now gone to spirit world. And it kind of, I was rattled, and I was shaking, and I wasn't available to the outside world. All I can remember is people coming to visit. So you flip a vehicle, and then 2 days later, you see all these people coming in. So that's how long it took. It took me almost 24 hours and then some to realize what had happened and what transpired. It took me that long. So understanding that life is so precious, that was one of the learnings. Although it took me some time, it took me, some time to think about, am I going to attend the funeral? Am I going to? And I'm glad, and I'm grateful that I have a relative who said, Steve, if you don't, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go. So I was able to pay my respects to the family. They are still family today and will always be family. But I always, in my stories, I always make sure that Terrence is talked about, because he was like a brother to me. And things get rocky in life. And you're talking to a guy who was in a vehicle and flipped. And that wasn't the only time. I've been in numerous car accidents where I thought, how am I still alive? I just thank the Creator and thank the good Lord that he's allowed me today. And I think that's so important for whoever's on this call to really understand, is that we are given today, and that today is a gift. So when I decided to make a change in my life, it wasn't much after that car accident, but I decided to give thanks for my parents. I decided, and not that they weren't good parents, but I was so enamored in anything that I was doing. It was a selfishness that only I can speak of. I can't tell you what it was like. All I know is that it took me that long. And I think the understanding of where it came from was ego. And ego played a big, strong role in where I was going to go, because it was really a part of my sickness. And I say that medicine in every part of the word is that lending ear, that person that you go and speak to. And that's why our elders are so powerful, and our community members are so powerful. We understand what it's like to make the changes necessary to be healthy. So after all of that had transpired, did that stop me from reaching for the bottle? It didn't. It actually made it worse. And I spiraled down and down and down and down until I hit rock bottom. And once I hit bottom, there wasn't actually a foundation there. Although it was very dark and I couldn't see anything, I did have that spirit inside of me that's saying, you know what, you've been knocked down before, but you know how to get back up, and you know how to make the changes, but you're going to have to think about other people. And if you think about other people and you think about the circle that is strong, the ones around you, then there's an opportunity to make those changes. So I decided to say a prayer and give thanks because I was alive. I had that opportunity. And I also gave thanks and a tremendous prayers for those ones who have passed on, not just with my friends, but with my elders and those community members who have made such an impact, and they continue to do that. That's why I believe it's so important to always give back to your community, because although we have our differences, our community is what makes us strong. You're going to have people challenge you each and every day. They're supposed to challenge you because they're looking for that solution. And when they reach out to you and they say something to you, it might not be with a bad heart. I believe everybody has a good heart. And when they reach out to you, our goal and what I've heard from my elders is just hear them out. Just hear what they have to say. And then there doesn't have to be words after it. You just have to hear them out because they want to hear. They want to know that you're listening. So moving on, just take a drink. So thank the Creator for getting me out of high school. So I really started to talk about leadership after learning of all the things that I have gone through. And leadership and inspiration really comes from those around you. Although I had to go and speak to a lot of principals and a lot of teachers, I also had to ask for forgiveness to them because I used a lot of choice words that weren't always the best, because I too was searching for something. So I reached out to an elder during my high school days and I said, you know what, I'm missing something. And she looked at me like no other person had looked at me, and she says, do you know where you're from? I said, I'm from Walpole. She says, no, do you know where you're from? I said, Bikejwano? She says, no, you're from Turtle Island. And you are from Bikejwano. And that's who you are. But you are so much more than that. To me, those words kind of changed how I seen the world. She says, do you understand what Tushkanik means? And I said, no, I don't even have a clue. What does that mean? Like, Chippewa? What does that mean? She says, you're Potawatomi. And being Potawatomi, you kind of just sit and watch and listen and pay close attention. These were the thoughts that were shared with me at the time. And they really resonated with me because her voice tone with me, she didn't point her finger at me and say that you did bad. She didn't say that. She wanted to know what my next moves were going to be. And she wanted to really let me understand that once you know who you are and where you come from, the rest is in Creator's hands. So with that being said, I made a decision after high school, and it took me a long time. I made that decision daily. It was very difficult. It was hard. But I made a decision to get away from the drugs and alcohol. when I shared that story about being in that car accident, I was approximately 18 years old. I wouldn't have stopped drinking until I was 26. So that's 8 years later. But during that time, there were life lessons that made me really think and made me really trust people, because I didn't have that trust. I didn't trust what government officials said. I didn't trust what teachers were telling me. I didn't trust what police officers were telling me, because in my mind, it was always about authority, and I was never told about authority in my teaching. I was told about responsibility. You have a responsibility, and there is no authority. I've never even heard of that language being used in our Anishinaabe teachings. There's no authoritative thought process. It's all about community and togetherness. So it kind of blew my mind how, and again, I was going through school, and I was still playing the game of golf, because golf was my medicine. Sports was the foundation for me to work towards wellness. So I started to walk on the fairways of wellness, is what I would call it. Each walk that I made, I would give thanks and I would give prayers for those ones that I was speaking to. And our discussions kind of changed. Some of the people that I was walking with changed. What did they do? They challenged me to kind of change my outlook on life, because I was always, I guess, looking for that next challenge. And the challenge doesn't necessarily mean using my words. That challenge is sitting there and just understanding that quietness and that stillness. And another elder had spoke to me about, if you have that thing in your heart that you have to speak, you'll know when you have to speak it, and you'll know when you have to say it, because it will well up inside your spirit, and out will come the words that are needed for that particular time. So I've really paid very close attention to what these elders have said to me, and those around me, and the teachers that I've worked with. And I've had teachers all across my life, from my parents to a very good friend of mine who was my golf coach. And I always want to give Don props. He was my golf coach through high school, and he watched me go through the ups and downs of life. He watched me succeed on the golf course, and then once I left the golf course, I would do unsuccessful things. And he reached out to me one time, and he was one of the people that I want to give thanks, is that Don challenged me. He said, are you going to continue to use those same words, Steve, and that same thought process, Steve? Because it's nice to hear it, and I'm sure you have to say it, but at some point, if you're going to help people, you're going to have to really understand that your story is powerful, and stop playing that victim role. You have to stop that. And those words, I had never heard them before, meaning, oh, you can't use those same excuse, Steve, for doing the same thing over that you did before and then apologizing for it. So what I had to understand is that when teachers or elders give you that lesson, it's very important to listen to those lessons. It's very important to understand that there's a teaching in that. That teaching for me was not always using my words, but using my ears and paying very close attention to what they were trying to speak to my spirit, because I would put up blockers, and I would keep you away, and I would say, stay over there. And I would say, you know what? I don't really want to hear that right now. So what those elders have taught me is that it's okay to trust people, and it's okay to have that belief in where you want to go. But you really have to understand who you are. So what I share with you today is really an understanding of where I was coming from at that particular time in my life and where I wanted to go. And being a golfer and being very sports-minded, I wanted young people to succeed. I wanted them to succeed at a level where they were going to lead. They were going to be the next leaders. It wasn't about what I was going to do. It was about what can we do for our young people, the Banujiag, the little people, the ones with the spirit and that they just want to run and they want to help. So I thought, for me, sports was the avenue in which I thought that would work best for me. So I was able to get past, and then we were, after that particular time in my life, my sister was turning professional, and I just got off the phone with my sister, and she has been a rock in my life. She continues to be a lending year. She's a golf professional, and I was able to manage her golf career. And as she was going out and doing all these interviews, I was so proud, and I'm still proud today to be her brother. And a lot of community members and a lot of people throughout the business community would say, "Is that your sister, Steve?" And I would say, "Yeah, absolutely, it is." Who's better? They would always that was the first question. Who's better? Who's a better golfer? And I would always say my sister's better, for sure, 110%. That may change over time, but I do want to know that I've always valued my family. In that time that I shared with you over high school, it's unfortunate, but I wasn't available for my sister's life. She was busy living her life and doing wonderful things in the sports avenue, and my parents were traveling with her. But for me, I had to travel down a different path. And that path, although it was rocky, it really had me understand that I had to go out and do these things for myself, and I had to make the changes necessary. You asked me I've been asked what I wanted to do when I was growing up, and all my life, quite truthfully, is I wanted to be able to go out and speak to communities. And you're talking to a person who would walk into high school looking at their sneakers. I would look at my shoes and I wouldn't pay close attention. But when I heard you're Anishinaabe, you're Ojibwe, you're Potawatomi, get your head up. When that elder told me that, I looked up for the first time, and I looked in the eyes, and she meant it. And the elders around me meant it. You have a responsibility. And when that golf coach challenged me, you have a responsibility. You've been given a gift. In order to receive a gift, you have to go and give a gift. So I had never heard that before. And that was a teaching again, where if you're going to share these things and you're going to share your responsibilities, just freely speak of it. Speak of those things that are inside of you, those responsibilities, and those good things will always come back to you. So all of these things were happening in my life, and I was new to sobriety, but I was new to a world outside of me, outside of my own, I guess we'll call them bars, because I would put them up. Even in the good times, I would say, you know what, stay away. Even in the bad times, I would say, stay away. But this time I was like putting my hands out and saying, I'm going to use these hands to go and help people, just as our elders have said. Go out and use them. Don't use them to point. Don't use them to point at people. Use them to help people. So when you stop pointing fingers, remember that one finger that's pointing is the one that's pointing at you. You're not pointing at people. You're only pointing at yourself. So when I heard that, they said, use your hands to go and help. That was another teaching. When you're sitting at circle and you get up and you got to go help people, there's that heart in it. There's that spirit. So I was able to use these teachings in order to help my sister. My sister was out playing professional golf, and I had no clue. All I knew is that I had a good heart. And sometimes I heard no. And when I heard no, I was like, no, I don't believe in that word. I don't believe in the word no. I believe in the word opportunity. I believe in the word hard work. I believe in the word get up and give thanks each and every day for that responsibility and carry it with you, but share it. So I was getting up every single day in order to help my sister and my family. It was a big change in how I used to see the world, because I used to see it only one-dimensional, just looking at myself, until I looked around and I said, you know what, there are other people looking out for me. That really changed the game for me. That really changed on how I seen the world and how I wanted to make a difference in people's lives. There are times that I still struggle with that one-dimensional thought process, but I have elders and I have community and I have all of those around me in that circle that always reach out to me and say, you know what, this is here for us. This isn't just here for you, but this is here for us. So enjoy it. So I was enjoying my life, and I was enjoying my lifestyle, and I was enjoying the lifestyle, meaning that I was out helping my sister, and we were out golfing and doing all of these wonderful things for our communities. She was out speaking. I was out creating the business friendships, and I continue to do that today. And that was something in my spirit that I wanted to do and wanted to help out. So we decided to do a lot of things in the game of golf and in sports. I moved back to my community, meaning I went back to work in my community, and I became a youth director. And when I was hired by the nation, they said, we haven't had a youth center before. And when I walked into that youth program, I really walked into a room that was pretty much empty, and there was a canvas. And that canvas was, what are we going to have for the youth? So it was awesome time of my life, because, having that name Tushkanig and knowing that, I want to help the youth, it just made it that much easier for me. Was it challenging? For sure, because we want to do the best that we possibly can for the youth and the next 7 generations. But we wanted to see youth programs being utilized. We wanted to see kids being involved. And most importantly, we wanted to see community being involved. So we put all those together. It took us about 4 years to really lay the foundation. Year number 1, we wanted to have numbers. We wanted to have all the youth there, and we wanted to have people involved. So we opened up the doors, and honestly, we had 50 kids a night. So the gentleman I hired, his name was Adrian. And to Adrian, I said, Adrian, we got to set some parameters here in year number 2, because we had youth from 11 years old all the way up to 19. So we had to make some changes in our programming. So every other night we had the younger kids, and then the older kids would come in on a different night. And we asked for their feedback, and they liked the changes, and we did it over a period of time. It wasn't like we changed it right away. So we were learning as we were going along, but we were always ensuring that the youth voice was heard. We would go to the high school. I went to Wallaceburg District Secondary School, and me and Adrian, we brought paper, and we lined it up all over the walls within this particular auditorium. And we brought some pizza, and we had a conversation, and I'm talking to them much like I'm talking to you today. What can we do to make a difference in the community, and what do you want to see in the youth programs? So we put a list of people they would like to see, culture, programming, recreation. So we named about 10 of them. And within that 10, what we asked, and we asked nicely, and we asked them, hey, could you come down and kind of we had markers laid out right along the chalkboard. Just give your ideas and your thoughts, and we can go from there. So myself and Adrian kind of talking to some other teachers, and lo and behold, the kids get off the chairs and they come downstairs, and they go to the chalkboard and they start writing ideas. And after 2 or 3 put their ideas down, more came down, and they just put them in different areas. So this is what we want to see for recreation. We want to see golf. We want to see these different programs. More was like lacrosse and whatnot. So we were just so proud to see them come up and write these things down. So we let them know after we got finished, these are the things that we're going to work towards. We are not going to work towards everything right away, but we are going to work on 1 or 2 things, and then we'll come back to you and see how we played out. And thank you for your ideas. A lot of the youth that shared their ideas actually came to the youth program, so we were happy about that. So fast forward 3 months after our first initial visit, we went back to the youth at the high school, and we put the full scat back up, and we started to check mark all the things that we did collectively, and we let them know it started with your ideas, youth. So youth, you do have a voice. Your ideas are heard, and more importantly, there are people there to help you. And when you use your voice, whether it's using a marker or your voice tone, there's always a part for you to play. There's going to be the speakers. There's going to be the ones who go out and lay out the programming. And there's going to be the ones that go out and speak from afar and get that information out. Those are the ones who market the programs and do all the wonderful things. Whatever programs you like to see, there's always a part and a responsibility to play for the circle and the ones that sit in your circle. So once we got finished that, I did 6 years of youth programming, and I loved every year. Every day I got up every and there was challenges, and you have staff, and you have youth coming, and you want to make sure that they're safe, and you always want to do the best that you possibly can do for not only the youth but the parents that bring the youth there. So Walpole, we're very youthful in how we want to see programs. We love our sports. We are situated on an island, so we love the water. We like hanging out on the water. So we did a lot of those programs, and a lot of the summer programs were very challenging, but we had a wonderful staff at the time, and it's still moving forward today, and it's still a big part of who we are. And baseball, sports is still a lot of things that we do. So that's just, I guess, the community heartbeat. We do a lot more things than that, but when it comes to my story and how I wanted to portray it is that, I came back to the community and was able to share a lot of my stories and a lot of my partnerships that were throughout North America. And one quick story, I was asked from a community member or community members who I wanted to see and who I wanted to, I got to see some really awesome First Nations people and Native Americans doing some wonderful things. But for me, my golf, I watched Tiger Woods grow up. And this story, I was traveling to New York, and Tiger Woods was going to be there. And I share this Tiger story because it's really about using our gifts and our talents to help someone else. So I'm traveling across Niagara Falls. I'm probably driving right by you, and I make a beeline to the bridge because I understand that I have to be at my tee time for noon. And I think it's like 8 a.m. So I have to be, I think it's pretty close to Syracuse where I had to go, but I drove over there and I had to be at my tee time, and I like to hit golf balls before, but I made it to my tee time just in time. They drove me out, met my players. But once I got finished, I walked into the clubhouse. And when I walked into the clubhouse, there was this person standing there, and tall, Caucasian dude. He looked at me, and I walked into the clubhouse. I opened the door, and he looks at me and he says, "I know you." I didn't even introduce myself. He says, "I know you." And I thought that was kind of weird and kind of, oh, okay. How do you know me? My name's Steve. I'm from Walpole. And he's like, "I don't know, but I know you." And I just thought it was kind of the strangest phrase that you would ever say to somebody as you see someone. But I guess maybe he's seen me somewhere. I don't know. So fast forward, we play that day and we play the next day. And, we were very fortunate. I played with some really awesome golfers. Just so happens we ended up winning the tournament. And during dinner time, we were going to go sit down, and I went and said hi to one of the professional golfers whom I know and I met in North America. You can see him on the Golf Channel, but I went to say hi, and I asked them to sign some pin flags for me because I was hosting an event in my territory for the youth. It was actually for the youth center. I had it at Windsor Caesars Casino, and the golf was just off, so we had this big tournament. So he signed some flags for me, pin flags, so I could do some giveaways. And right in front of me was Tiger Woods. And I said, "You know what? I'm going to go sit down and say hello to Tiger." So I sat down and I said, "Hey, Tiger, you mind if I get a photo?" And his bodyguards were around, and he said, "Yeah, yeah, just give your phone to so-and-so." And I got a photo. And, I was grateful to say hello to Tiger and let him know who I was and, have a small conversation. So after I met Tiger, we get done finishing dinner, and I go back to my room, and I look on this agenda, and on the agenda, it says VIP, go and say hello to some of the celebrities that were there, Tiger, and there was a bunch of other professional baseball players that played in the bigs. There were sports icons who I watched in television, and I thought, how does this little First Nations boy make it to this area? And it was really about helping people. And I say that in the most humble, most giving way, is that this story doesn't stop there. So I looked at that flyer and I thought, no, I made it this far. I might as well try and get into that VIP area, and I get to the elevator. In the elevator is this great big dude there. He's like security guard. He says, "What's your name?" I said, "My name's Steve Tushkanig." He looks on it. He looks on, scrolls down. He says, "Yep. How do you spell it?" And I said, Tooshkenig. Tushkanig. Yep. I see it. Steve, right here. Yeah. You were in the tournament. Yeah. We did pretty good. Okay. I get past him. He opens the elevator doors, and I get in there. I'm like, holy crap! I'm going up to this VIP. What do I expect? So lo and behold, I take the elevator and it takes me up to the top floor, and the door opens, and in there is Tiger. There's a host of baseball players and different people in sports who I've said already, I really enjoyed watching them on television. So I walk out the elevator and I walk towards them, and again I say hello to Tiger and say hello to all the baseball people and the people and they're just kind of mingling and doing their thing. But over in the corner, I looked over past Tiger, and I looked past a couple of other baseball players, and I noticed this gentleman who said he knew me, and it was kind of bugging me. I wanted to know who this guy was, so a couple close friends of mine said, "Do you know who that is?" I said, "No." This guy kind of came up to me and says he knows me. He's like, "Well, how does he know you?" I said, "I have no clue, but I'm going to find out." So I go past all those celebrity guys and sports people, and I walk to this guy, and he's having a bottle of beer. And the reason why I share this story is because we believe in our hearts that we're to be a certain place in a certain time. I was there for that gentleman that particular day. I won't give his name out because it's irrelevant to the story, but the story was he was struggling with alcohol, and he let me know that. And he said he knew me because he said his spirit was trying to reach out to me to say, "You know what, I need some help." And we talked, and I said, "You can have your beer. Go ahead. I mean, I'm not going to stop you." He says, "I don't even want to have that. I've been struggling with alcohol for quite some time, and I knew that I could speak to you and share these words with you." See, when Creator gives you that spirit of helping others, you're just there to be a lending ear and be there for somebody else. So that's what I was there just to be there for that particular. In my mind and in my one-dimensional thought, I thought, man, I get the opportunity to go and meet all these people. And Creator says, no, you're there to see this particular person. You're there to guide them along the process. Now, this particular person was a very influential in the game of baseball. And, we're still friends today, but can you imagine if I wasn't there to be a lending ear? And the same thing is true for those elders and the circle that we're in called life. If we're there, Creator has allowed us to be there. At that particular time, this gentleman just wanted to speak about the things that was challenging him, and I didn't give him any guidance. I was using and utilizing the words of the elder. Just be there. Just be present. No direction, just be present and just listen. So that's what I did. And I thought about that trip for the longest time. There were so many things that could have happened that didn't happen in order for this to take place. And I thought, thank you, Creator. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. And here I thought it was all about the sports and the golf, but it was really about the responsibility of just being there and just showing up. If there is a message that I can give to anybody today, is just be there and just do your best. Creator has an amazing opportunity for you to make changes in life. And a part of those changes are sometimes you have to get up from a circle and then move and then do your thing and believe that's what you're supposed to do, and believe in that Creator has everything lined up for you just properly. So with that story, I want to say thank you, and I want to say miigwech for the opportunity, because again, as I relate back to my younger days and youthful days, it took me a long time to really understand, but inside my spirit, there was that guidance and that knowing that being faithful and doing the things that you love to do will always come back in that good way. It always comes back to you in that full circle and that thought process. These are the teachings that I've been giving in the Potawatomi Nation, and the Potawatomi, also known as the Potawatomi. So as I learn, I understand that we have a role to play in and understanding to go out and help others. And in 2014, I was able to graduate in Indigenous social work, and I met some amazing people, and I was able to graduate and listen to the drum, that heartbeat, because we have one heartbeat. And I want you to understand that in life, challenges are opportunities and stepping stones to make the necessary changes that you want to see for others. I wouldn't be here without the help of our community. I wouldn't be here without the help of people in the sports industry, much like Kevin Sandy, Miko and Tulpin, Jesse Smith, Cheryl Mitchell. These are the names that I've grown up to watch and see how they do life and how they help others. There are a host of other people like my parents, the Gary Parkers, the people at the Friendship Center who guide you along in that process. And they're there to assist. They're there to share their gifts. So if you're sharing your gifts, share them with a heart and a spirit that is going to change the next 7 generations. And if you do that, if you go in there with that feeling and that spirit of, oh, it makes me, it just burns inside of me like that fire. You go and do it with all your heart and all that you are. You're Anishinaabe. You're Indigenous. You're from Turtle Island. And with that, I want to say miigwech, Gary.
Oh, Steve, I can't really say enough about this talk. I'm really glad that you were able to come on and share. Our communities, we struggle oftentimes, and we don't have these hard conversations, So I appreciate that you're able to come out here and share. Things are we go through these tough times, but your story is how you overcome that, how you persevered through that. Utilizing your coach and different people in place, your elders. That's one of the messages we're trying to get across to our youth is that there's a lot of mentors out there. We should be leaning on them. What can we do? What other things can we do as mentors and supports out there? So I appreciate you sharing all those things in your story there,
Gary, everything is that I've come to an understanding that our story, I'm not the only one with that type of story. And when we all share together, and I've been able to be very fortunate to speak in a lot of different forums. And one question I always ask is, how many people love to speak and no hands? And how many people love to be heard and all hands go up? Because people love to share their story and be heard, because it allows them that opportunity to share something that's on their heart and on their mind. And we need to be there no matter what it is, at any time, at any place. And that was another teaching that was given to me, is that, you just need to show up and be there and help as much as you possibly can in order to help a community member or a friend.
Well, I appreciate you speaking from the heart. That's probably one of the biggest things I'll take away from today. Again, I know that story is very meaningful to you. It is your life. It's your story, But for you to share it as a gift to us to kind of help better our community, our situations here. I just want to ask you one last thing before we let you go today. Sure. Is what would be one bit of advice you would leave, for our youth, aspiring to just be better at anything they're doing, whether it's school, whether it's sports, anything. What is one little bit of advice you would leave with them?
For me, I've always looked up to the elders, so I would always ask them questions, and that's something that I always do, even to this day. I talked to Gary about how hard it was for me to actually go out and talk to people, and that's what I do for a living today. But I always asked, even those closest to me, how did you make it to that level? I've talked to the top level business people, and even people in the sports field who are learning the game of whatever they're playing. I always ask them, how do you see it playing out? And when I've asked them, they've always given me different answers, and I've paid very close attention to those answers. And then I've grabbed a couple and I've utilized their particular answers to kind of guide me. So always ask a lot of questions. Whatever you can do, youth, if that's what, and you'll know over a period of time to say, you know what, that's something that I want to do. I've watched community members within the territory of Southwestern Ontario become famous actors, become sports people, become coaches, but they were always asking that question, how do I get to that next level? And I think that's what we have to do in our community more often is, you know what, let's reach out to those ones that are doing those things. Gary, how did you put this all together? Well, it came from the youth, and we decided. So ask Gary those questions, or ask people within the organization how it can be better with the involvement of youth. And I think that's the most important thing that we can do is ask those questions, because there are going to be so many people and mentors that want to help you. But again, it comes down to how passionate you are about helping someone and doing those things for you. And honestly, it will help those around you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, I just want to comment one more time on, you started your conversation off by, talking about the youth being the leaders, and they really are. We take some pride in our community here to really have this Youth and Elders platform. But, in the past couple of years, we've put in place this youth forum where they're able to speak out. We want to hear their voices. We want to hear their thoughts and how they view things on a variety of Indigenous topics. And I think in the past 2 years, between last year and the forum that just happened just before you got on, I can't even say enough. I'm blown away at that part of the conference, because again, just to hear how brilliant our youth are, and I've always kind of had a fear, and I do a lot of work in the public sector for our Indigenous people, always advocating, and then then our youth come on and they speak so eloquently the way they do, and they're so well thought out. I was just like, wow, like we are really in good shape. I think the work that we're all doing, using the Kevin Sandys and Jesse Smith and all these guys, all these people that are out there, I think that work is happening. I think it's really finally coming into place.
I would agree, Gary. And I'm so fortunate to watch our youth lead. For me, we're doing this Indigenous Championship, but there's already youth that reached out to me. Can I play and be a part of it? Absolutely, 110%. We want to see it come out. It's happening on traditional territory. It's for our Indigenous communities all across. And that's the thing that's a lot different when it comes to provincial and federal, is that we're nations. Mm-hmm. We don't see it as that. We see ourselves as nations, and that's who we are, and that's who we will always be. And we're very powerful. When we all come together collectively, we are that much more powerful. And we talk about the leaders and the youth. Once we start speaking these powerful words, they will start using those same words and using that spirit that they have in them. So I'm grateful for that. And I love watching the youth succeed. I'm so happy for them.
Good. I just want to encourage you to keep doing the work you're doing. You're doing a great job. We appreciate you, taking some time to be with us here today and in our conference there. So we look forward to your future endeavors and watching you play against maybe Tiger one day again.
Well, if I can help in any way, I'll definitely be there. I can drive up. It's pretty close to me, but I'll always want to help out and always want to be there. Golf season is extremely busy doing different golf camps and speaking about the sport and helping others get involved in the sport. But I'll always try and find time to be there. So I want to say miigwech and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And, to our ones that are just coming in via media or social outlet platform, just continue to do what you're doing and making changes for the better, because if you help one, you will have helped many. So help one and the rest will come and sit in circle.
Great advice. Thank you very much, Steve. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, and miigwech.
Wow, I can't say enough about that talk there. That was very meaningful. And Steve, he speaks from the heart. He is that inspirational speaker, and I think that's one of the things we'll take from this conversation today is that it's okay to speak from the heart and to allow that truth to come out, because again, at the end of the day, that's really what we're seeking for. There's so many people that can resonate with what he shared there. I'm very happy that he was able to join us today. He's got a very busy schedule, so to have him here, it was just an amazing day. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break here. We're going to be taking our lunch again. We know these virtual platforms, they kind of tend to be quite long. COVID has had us in these platforms for quite some time. I think we've all been Zoomed out and Teamsed out and Microsoft, everything, everything becomes these virtual platforms. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here, but when we come back, and we want to encourage everybody to come back, because our two end speakers here are going to be really great. We got Andy White and Randy White joining us from Whitefish Bay, Ontario. So just after lunch, we want to have everybody come back, and when you're thinking about it, this Jingle Dress story is very meaningful. It's a very healing dance for our people. You see it at the Powwow Trail, so again, we want to make sure you come back. You're going to hear a lot about that Jingle Dress story and where it came from and the family of where it evolved from. Andy White, the son of the late Maggie White, will be joining us there. Randy is also one of the lead singers for the Whitefish Bay Drum Group, which is a world-renowned drum group. So we're going to be very happy to have them back here. And then finishing off our day, I know everybody's messaged me so much about us having Dr. Beverly Jacobs joining us. And we're very excited to have Beverly joining us. Sometimes I feel like I call her Bev. I know her a little bit there. But I'm glad she's going to be with us, and she's going to be talking a little bit about her career, but a lot of the work that she's done and been instrumental with the working with the Apology, right down to the residential schools, the Every Child Matter campaign. She'll kind of wrap that all up and give us a great summary, because she works in that field so much. She has a little bit more forefront knowledge that she can share with us. So we're very excited to have Bev joining us, and we look forward to that conversation there. We just want to remind everybody to reach out and give us a shout out where you're at, where you're tuning in from. As Roman just popped on here, I was just doing a plug for that. Are we going to do the tickets now? You're muted.
Oh, whoops.
Hello? Are we going to do the tickets now, or do we want to do second?
Can you hear me? Yeah, no. One of the winners last night returned their tickets, so we're going to redraw those.
Okay, you want to do them now?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So we're going to, if you have made a comment, let us know where you're tuning in from. We got a few gifts that we're going to be giving out. Right now, we're going to give out a couple of tickets for the Toronto Rock Georgia Swarm game that's going to be tomorrow. So make sure you get your name in for those tickets. We're going to be doing the draw right here, right now. Roman, on your mark, get set, go.
On my mark, get set, go. All right, so I'm going to pull up the wheel here. And I'm going to be shuffling. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And then here we go. Spinorama. Bonnie Watts.
All right, Bonnie Watts, you got a couple of tickets to the Toronto Rock game. And then Roman, I got one more set here. And I just want to give a shout out to Kevin Sandy and the work that he's doing with the Toronto Rock. That's a courtesy of Kevin Sandy and his work that he's doing up there. And then we also have a couple of Haudenosaunee Sports Development. You log on and you can, log on for a survey, and your name gets put in for a pot to have some gifts there as well. So if you want to do those,
you want to do another one? Okay.
Do one more. Yep, another set of two.
Feeling friendly here, giving out tickets left, right, and center.
We are. We are.
All right, here we go. Shuffle again. And we're spinning.
Oh boy, Leah Hill. I'm not sure. You all know who Leah Hill is. Very close to Roman Hill.
I did not rig that one.
Oh well, congratulations! You guys got some tickets there, so we're happy to have that. We're going to be coming back probably about 12:40. So I just see a comment that's fixed. Yeah, so we'll be coming back about 12:40, and we'll see you then. Come back, tune in with us. We got a couple of great speakers in the afternoon, so please come back and join us. Thank you.
To each other. We are here to play a respectful game and a good game. And these are our prizes. We have some Kleenex. We have some penne pasta. We have a ripe avocado. Feel that. Feels nice, eh? Yeah, yeah. There you go. I-22. Under the O64. O64.
Both some good numbers.
Under the G54. Hey! We have a good bingo. Congratulations to the young lady. Ooh, the applesauce. The applesauce has been taken. So there was on my reserve, there was this man who his wife had passed away a long time ago, and he was trying to date. And he was an older man. He was in his late 70s, and he picked up a young woman from the senior center. She was in her mid 60s, and they were driving to bingo, and he wanted to flirt a little bit, and he was kind of looking over at her as they were driving, and he's kind of winking and paying real close attention to her as he was driving. And she said, "Holy, you're passionate." And he goes, "Yes, I am very passionate." She goes, "No, the bingo hall, you're passionate, you're passionate." That's a cheap one, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Cheap joke. Cheap joke. Okay, this one, we are going to play one line in any direction. It's such a unique place, and a vibrant place, and a place with all kinds of history and capacity. And when you think about people that have come through the doors of friendship centers that you visited, or that you've been a part of, what kind of words come to mind when you think about the community that surrounds a friendship center? What comes to mind for you?
I think of it in the context of Longhouse and our actual traditional communities. I think about it that everyone, when they walk into a friendship center, should feel like they're at home and feel free to be themselves and bring their best selves. And our job as helpers is to help them get there, so that, again, when they walk in the door, everybody's safe, everybody's cared for, everybody's free to be who they were meant to be. They don't have to worry about the pressures of colonization or the two worlds we live in. And there's not a judgment placed on you because of who you are, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is the beauty of a friendship center.
Yeah.
You walk in the door, you're going to get help.
Yeah. So for me, that's what it's actually all about, is that sort of intergenerational community where you can come to a place and it's babies, it's young people, it's grade school kids at summer camp, it's high school kids work in the summer camp, to right to the seniors. I was at a powwow last weekend, hanging out with some friends. It came
time to sing. So we sat down and we were all like, and everyone was standing around going, exactly, bro.
Talk about how the drum contributes to positive mental health and, to more sort of a more positive lifestyle for young Indigenous folks.
Okay, over time we've learned a lot. We've contacted a lot of people like yourself, and the message is always the same. It's they talk about this drum being a living being. As you know, the name for the drum is Dewaga, and what that doesn't mean it's a piece of leather sitting on top of a frame. What it means is a living heart. So it is the heart of our nation. We hold it here, and when we sing, we sing with the reverence of prayer, in an understanding. So when the men come and they sit at the drum, they know they have to be in a good mind. We fixed up a feather for you. I think it came out pretty good. We would be honored if you would accept this on behalf of the drum, the singers, all the people who have got together for the past 25 years to bring us to this point. You coming here culminates this month where we've joined the two drums finally. We've got integrity in all these men here, sitting here. We've got integrity now in our music because we're going to be putting forth both. And for you to remember us and to remember that happening, we want this to come to you.
You know, yeah, I wasn't raised with my language or a really grounded cultural understanding. I mean, you know, residential school, you know, the 60s scoop, all the things, you know, float through so many of our families and my family. And it was at a Friendship Center in the mid 90s when I sat down at the drum for the first time. And I embarrassed myself, man. I you know, not only was I offbeat and I couldn't sing and I was too shy to try to sing and all of that, but I also asked the elder that was teaching the class then to write down the words to the songs that we were singing. And he was like, yeah, there aren't any words to that song. Those aren't words. And I was like, oh, but they are. Those are words. Way hey yaha, this eagle feather, you know, that this is the way that we acknowledge each other. And to be acknowledged this way, you know, from the drum is really, really powerful for me. And to say it bluntly, like, white folks can't have these, you know. These feathers are, like, actually by law, like, that's the truth. But but also I'm joking. No, they can't. You can't. If you're watching this, white folks, first of all, thank you. Second of all, you can't carry eagle feathers. You know this, but you know, to be here and to be welcome to sit down at the drum, and to know that for 25 years here at Fort Erie, they've been working with that drum to bring health and wellness to the community and to help young men like myself become better versions of myself and ourselves. Yeah, man, I don't know if you planned this, but that's a pretty damn good way to end the story, you know.
You ever been raking your yard? You know, in the fall, the leaves fall down. Ever been raking your yard and ever stopped and thought to yourself, oh, I wonder if this actually hurts Mother Earth?
It's a great journey. And, you know, last night I got a chance to talk to my kids on the phone, and they're like, you know, when are you coming home? We miss you. And I was like, I miss you too. And yeah, they're in the van. So I do have to, it's the last cheap joke I have. That's the lock my kids in the van joke. That's it. That's all. That's 7 o'clock. The crew doesn't want to work overtime. I've got to pee. My left foot is asleep. I might fall down right now when I stand up, but thanks for having me, Fort Erie. And yeah, Bamapi. We'll see you again. You watch.
I think without the Indigenous people's involvement in the War of 1812, that this would now be the United States.
History from the beginning of colonization has been filled with inaccuracies, stereotypes, and mythological beliefs about who are these Indian people.
You know, if it wasn't for our treaties and our negotiated treaties to share the land and the resources, Canada would not exist.
We start our day spiritually. You know, we're supposed to start our day with what we call the Ganonyo, the Thanksgiving speech or address. And within that address, it really acknowledges the things in our surrounding, things that we need to be mindful of, you know, the things in nature, Mother Earth, the water, you know, the sun, the stars, the moon, you know.
and where we fit in that.
The largest misconception is that Indigenous people were primalistic, that we didn't necessarily have all of the amenities of technology. But I think that that's completely wrong.
It was different from nation to nation, but for the most part, there was peace, there was love, there was respect for one another, respect for creation. We honored Mother Earth. Mother Earth honored us because we knew if we didn't, that she wouldn't reciprocate that same respect, and she wouldn't be able to provide what we need for us.
We were a great people. We had a lot of our culture, language. We knew how to farm. We knew how to live off the land. We had a great connection to nature. We watched how animals migrated. We knew how to grow our plants based on the moon cycles. We follow our moon.
I think the reality of our history was such that we had doctors and we had scientists. We understood the natural world better than anyone in the world. We were the first to create the first hybrid of plants taking this corn stalk from a blade of grass found in the Andes and genetically engineering it to become corn. So these are major feats that technology and science may have done recently, but our people were doing and practicing far before anybody came here from Europe.
There wasn't a lot of the domestic violence or child abuse that exists today was unheard of back then. Actually, many First Nations communities, they talked about the fact that banishment was actually a practice. And sometimes banishment could mean like 1 year, a full cycle away from the community, like 4 seasons, or sometimes it can mean lifetime.
We had many great things that we were rich in culture that we could share with one another. We were excellent traders. We picked up songs and made trading partners. These were I think, signs of an advanced civilization and not a civilization that was primalistic prior to European contact.
When the settlers first came, we were fair to them and tried to teach them our ways, which is how to live off the land, because pretty much everything was new to them.
When they came to our territories, we welcomed them, we greeted them, wanted to find out and learn more about them. We started to enter into agreements with them, with our one dish, one spoon, our 2-row that was with the Dutch, and so there's a lot of foundational agreements we had.
So the premise and the underlining message behind the 2-row wampum is, how do we respect one another?
We have a wampum belt that has diagonal lines on it, where there's 2 diagonal lines thick with a thin diagonal line in the middle. And this was a promise, an agreement we made to the non-native people that until you can stand straight, until you're acclimated to living in these territories, we will support you. And that's exactly what we did.
They cannot do without us, and we cannot do without them. And those treaties will be there until time runs out, or until the resources run out. And you can't just ignore the treaties or get rid of them, because then Canada would cease to exist. But what you can do is you can take the children and displace them and get them to forget about where they came from.
We had no idea that eventually what they would try to do is to change us.
So First Nations people were about ecology, understanding our relationship to the environment, respecting that relationship to the environment, whereas non-Indigenous people were more about the economy, right? The right management of the environment. When they didn't even understand the relationship to the environment, because we understood our relationship to the environment, right? But when they met us, they thought that we were poor, that we were nomadic, that we were savage, right? So they started placing these stereotypes upon us. And we never questioned our worth. We never questioned our value in life until first contact.
Eventually, the idea was for us to assimilate, and most of us did not.
History from the beginning of colonization has been filled with inaccuracies, stereotypes, and mythological beliefs about who are these Indian people.
And I think that's that's the main thing that still stays today, is to know what belongs to us as a people and what belongs to them as the settlers, and to get them to understand that our values and our systems and our ways are equal to whatever values they hold.
Prior to European contact, there were no spiritual wars or religious wars. No man wanted to put his religion on another. We allowed people to live freely, so long as we abided by some of the simple rules. And the simple rules were that we respected one another, that we respected Mother Earth, that we ensured that there was going to be a place for the children unyet born.
Well, in the theatre of war, we did quite a bit of intelligence gathering with the native contingents. We were very short-handed with professional troops. The native peoples were a great psychological weapon in this war. We needed them.
The natives were the ideal teachers. They knew how to live here already and rove freely throughout the year. They knew what to eat. We didn't even know what vitamin C sources were available here.
So yes, I can say that I'm here today thanks to my native friends.
Our ancestors were great warriors, and they were sought after by many European heads of state, in fighting the wars in America, in North America.
Battles that occurred would not have been as one-sided as they were if our people were not involved. And
I think without the Indigenous people's involvement in the War of 1812, that this would not be the United States.
The Americans had such fear from mythological beliefs of who the Indians were that we only had just a small number of people, but the way we presented ourselves was as if we had a great number.
And we were very smart in our tactics, and we were very intimidating too. And anytime they knew that there was Indigenous people's involvement in any battle, they immediately became very intimidated and became like stricken by fear.
So we were sought after, and wherever side we fought on, we had considerable influence in the outcome of that battle and the outcome of that war, and ultimately the outcome of who held the power.
So us being involved in wars meant that we were engaging in a lifestyle that was not completely ours.
There was not enough credit given to Indigenous folks for the sacrifices they made for wars that they didn't create.
Rather than honor us, right, for fighting alongside them and being their allies, they tried to disempower us and tried to strip us of any power that we could have as a nation of people.
The Indigenous the Indigenous military influence on all wars leading up to the War of 1812 and post-colonial contact were really about Europe's need to want to extract resources, to take control over lands, and in order to do that, they had to dispossess the Indigenous people of that land.
Anesnabe
chenenda meno pamate we hey ya Jimmy gwe chimnero we ya ho we oh hey wa we oh yeah wa we oh yeah hey anishna be get chenenda meno pamate we hey ya Jimmy gwe chimnero we ya ho hey Anishna be get chenenda meno pamate we hey ya Jimmy gwe chimnero we ya ho hey
all the time that I was on that railroad track, I kept saying to myself, I can't do this because of my parents. And so I was trying to get back. And I was with a girl that actually, I got her back to the school, but she never really survived the whole journey. She died very young.
I think the residential schools are one of the most understated colonial legacies of subjugation and racism in really the history of all of mankind.
As Canada and the United States were both advancing themselves and moving westward and populating different areas, they realized that there was a lot of things and people impeding their advancement. That's where you get the residential schools. I think it's another part of history that both the United States and Canada would like to forget.
Now, my grandmother went to Mount Elgin. Her stories are equally horrifying. And her stories are filled with bravery. They're also filled with tragedy.
She was speaking her language and not allowed to, so the principal of the school grabbed her, took her to his office, and beat her with a belt. Nutritionally, I can tell you that my grandmother, when she left school at age 16, she was so malnourished that she was considered anorexic.
I do remember our first meal there was oatmeal and powdered milk for our oatmeal, powdered milk to drink, and slice of toast. Only ours had butter. Once in a while, we got a boiled egg, not too often. But what I remember most too was supervisors off to one side, eating bacon and eggs and coffee. And you could smell the bacon.
At night, when you go to bed, you don't have a drink. We need a drink of water. We go to the bathroom and take water from the toilet tank, bring the back, and drink water from there.
I write a lot about my my experience at the residential schools because it's a form of healing for me. I've experienced a lot of abuse at the residential schools, and yeah, one day we decided to run away, but I knew that if I ran away, my parents would die because that's what they told us would happen.
It's a very sad time. It's not something that anybody would really be proud of once they knew the real truths around residential schools and what happened in those schools. It defined a whole race.
It was a way to take away our inherent knowledge of what we knew about our lands, about the history of those lands, and it was a way to subjugate our people by taking away their identity.
The purpose of it was to remove children not just from their families, but from all connection to their cultures, their languages, their values, everything that makes an Indigenous person Indigenous.
I believe that the original architects of the residential school system created these systems to continue to dispossess Indigenous people of their lands and rights. Once you have destroyed a person emotionally and spiritually, there isn't much left to fight for.
I think a lot of the times when residential schools were introduced, it was to try and assimilate our peoples. And the assimilation package was, done in many different ways.
They'd cut your hair when you got to the school, which was very traumatic for the kids because they'd been taught that, their hair was a part of their culture, their strength.
These were atrocities that are still felt even today.
A lot of people say to me, how do you know how it feels like to be in residential school? Like you haven't been in one. And I say, you don't have to be in a residential school today to understand the effects or consequences, right? Or to feel the trauma that the kids endured, because it's still multi-generational and intergenerational today.
They stripped them when they first got there. They loused them or deloused them. They scrubbed them because it was generally felt that we were dirty people.
Yeah, the first day they made me have a bath, and they put all this guck in my hair in case I was lousy, they said. Cut all my nails down to nothing and my toenails. And I had to go to school the next day with all that guck in my hair. I couldn't wash it out. I have no idea what it was, and it smelled horrible.
When it's your bath, they just put you in, make the water too warm for me or whatever. We all go in this It's a cold room and with how many tubs in there and stick you in there.
My parents went to residential school. They knew what was going on there. And I was very angry for a long time that why would my parents send me there when they knew that what can happen at that residential school, you know. But when I look back, they were trying to do the best they can for us too, because they were told that without education, you know, we would become nothing in society.
When a lot of the people came out of residential schools, they spoke English at this point in time. They lost the language. So they try and go back home to the reserve communities, and they don't always fit in there.
But I would say, of the many people I've spoken to who were in the schools, the one thing that they all had in common was that moment when they were removed from their mother, or removed from their aunts and uncles, and they would get on the boat or on the train, and they would watch their family get smaller on the shore and disappear, and wonder if they would ever see them again.
I heard one survivor share a story that they went in at a young age, so they were about 4 or 5 years old. So he told the story. He said that I don't know how to love properly. I don't know how to hug my own child, because I was never taught it or exposed to it myself.
We were never hugged. We were never told we were loved. So I think that's affected us.
Well, I think it's hard for me to show any love or emotion. Because when you're young like that, you need your mother or somebody to, say everything's going to be all right.
And they never taught us at residential school how to mother. And I think that's how a lot of this has affected the different generations going down.
I believe in my heart of hearts that that's exactly why residential schools were formed. Not because they believe that they were ethnically superior to us, but because the original architects wanted to break the spirit of the Indian people, so that we no longer could stand up and fight against the atrocities, the dispossession of land and culture and language and natural resources.
My mother said that the last thing she remembered before leaving home was that her grandmother gave her a cornhusk doll. And cornhusk dolls for us, they carry a spirit with them. But when she brought it into school, that's one of the first things they yanked out of her hand. And they had a fire, and they threw it in the fire.
While I was there too, I knew this one young girl, she maybe a year older than me. She cried when she went there her first night. I could hear her crying all night. She was missing her parents too.
I had always heard the stories of my grandfather going to Brandon, Manitoba. He's from Oneida, which is right near London. They sent him all the way to Brandon, Manitoba, which is a couple days drive away.
He ran away 3 times over the course of his time in residential school. The first 2 times he traveled back from Brandon, Manitoba, all the way to Oneida on foot before he was under the age of 12. The first time was at 10, and then again when he was 11. What causes a 10 and 11-year-old child to run away from a place that's supposedly offering shelter and food and education?
And in the dining room, I had, I think, 2 tables to look after. Set the table before meals and clear the table after. Wash all my own dishes from there, wash the table, sweep the floor, mop it, and then I was all set to go back to class. Because they would let us out early because we had to come either cook or get the dining room ready for the meals.
But the residential schools for Indigenous people was over a long period of time. And, you know, what I don't understand at times is, you know, how Canadians or Americans could stand by and allow this to happen over such a great period of time. Whereas the Holocaust itself, there was other countries that got involved to, you know, try and put a stop to that. Yet our residential schools, it happened over a longer period of time, but nobody really tried to put that big stop to it.
I do find it really frustrating. I'm not really surprised, I guess, but I find it frustrating that I still meet people who say, oh, it couldn't have been that bad, or I'm sure people are exaggerating. There's recently been a revival of skepticism and sort of denialism in some quarters where, despite all of this coming out, people still refuse to accept that their government intentionally took children against the will of parents and put them in institutions in order to, you know, turn them into Canadians. Or if they accept that, they say, well, that's not such a bad thing, because isn't that what we should be doing? But what it misses, of course, is the experience and the integrity and the wishes of many Indigenous people who didn't ask for that.
On the one hand, as much as I'd like to get upset, I almost expect that to be the reaction, that someone plays it down and doesn't want to take ownership of it. And to tell you the truth, it's a hard pill to swallow. So I'm not saying I don't blame them, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't take more responsibility for learning about the legacy of residential schools. But the truth is that sometimes we live in a convenience-based society where people don't want to feel pain. They don't want to do anything that's too difficult. And looking at the real impact of the residential school legacy is one of the most difficult things that Canadians have to reconcile amongst their own society.
Well, I think they're still trying to stop us, taking children away, foster care. They did it in the 60s with they call it 60 Scoop. It's still going on, taking our children away. And that's hard, like.
It happened after we left residential schools even. We were put in boarding homes. And many of us experienced really bad abuse in those homes that we were given, myself included. You know, I was in a boarding home where I had to eat leftovers after everybody else ate. You know, so it didn't really stop at residential school when we left residential school. You know, so it was just a continuing abuse of these kids. You know, you're leaving high school and you've been abused at residential school, you've been abused in the boarding homes.
The connection of residential schools and 60 Scoop is really, it's that common thread of severing children from families.
When I was adopted, the Catholic sisters in Quebec sort of like mentioned to my parents, oh, you're adopting the little Mexican girl. So from that moment on until I was approximately 33 years, I thought I was Mexican.
I remember when, you know, I first heard I was a 60 Scoop adoptee, because I never even heard of the 60 Scoop until I was like 29 years old. And I was just like, I really thought I was very special. I mean, my sisters, you know, were adopted and raised in a white family from, you know, taken from Alberta and brought to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. when we go through the reserve to get to leave Sault Ste. Marie, we'd have to travel through either Garden River, and we drive down the highway, and I remember my adopted father saying, "Watch out for the Indians," and I'd be looking up in the cliffs and looking for, you know, what I thought was the stereotypical Indian, which was a bow and arrow, right, and a breechcloth, and I'd be so scared of these Indians in the cliffs that might get me. So, you know, already that harmful stereotype of being Indigenous was already ingrained into me as a child.
Even though I thought I was Mexican, I was still born in Quebec, and I didn't know any First Nations people. I didn't even know, like, I had no idea who we were.
There was always this identity issue where they, even if they had loving parents and supportive parents, and the parents, you know, provided them with every kind of affection and everything, there still was issues with identity where they didn't feel like they fit in. Like, who are my people? How come I don't look like my family?
I hope they never take our children away from us anymore and put them in places like that, like even foster homes. So I hope I don't see any more of that.
It's embarrassing that, again, somebody ever thought that that was a good idea, and that there were so many failures along the way to let that happen. It's not necessarily the most grotesque or the most overt, but the fact that it's still hidden, it's not common knowledge, and that it's whitewashed as something other than it isn't, makes it one of the most dangerous threats to all of history.
And that's the great responsibility that we've been given to give to you, and one day you'll give to your grandchildren. So we're really lucky to have that here today. People, the settlers or Europeans who came here, wanted to wipe us away, but we're still here.
All right, welcome back. Sorry about that. We're just talking on the side. I'm talking with Randy about getting ready for this part of the program here, and we're just laughing and joking about old times here. So again, we want to welcome everybody back to our Fort Erie Native Friendship Center Youth and Elders Conference. We're glad to have everybody tuning in and joining in with us. We had a great morning today with our youth forum. We also had Steve Tushkanig. He joined us from Walpole Island, professional golfer, inspirational speaker, shared his story. And then we're moving into our afternoon session with Andy White and Randy White. They're going to be sharing some stories about the Jingle Dress story and where that came from, and the Whitefish Bay Drum Group, world-renowned, world-famous drum group from Whitefish Bay, Ontario. I had the opportunity of traveling around with these guys for a little bit there. They've accepted me in and treat me like family, and it's a real good pleasure to have them joining us. And then finishing off our day, stay tuned for a little while. In a little while, about 1:45 or so, we have Dr. Bev Jacobs joining us from, she's the associate prof at the University of Windsor. All the work that she's done with residential school, Every Child Matters, the apology, all these good things that she's been doing. So she's going to be sharing some of her work that she's done in just a little bit here. But I also want to make a mention too as well. Make sure you give us a shout out. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Put it in the comment section there. We're going to be having some giveaways. We're going to enter your name into a draw. We got a couple of more tickets to the Toronto Rock and Georgia Swarm game tomorrow night. So we have another set of tickets we're going to give out. We got a couple other prizes, so stay tuned. Make sure you get your name in there. Let us know where you're tuning in from. So at this time, I want to introduce Andy White and Randy White. They're like family to me. They're joining in from Whitefish, all the way up north, way up by Thunder Bay, Pa'i Nation there in Whitefish. Good to have you here, Andy. Good to have you here, Randy. He's trying to turn his mic on. Pa'i. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, welcome you to our virtual conference here. I'm glad you're joining in. Traveling around with you guys, I got to learn a lot about the Jingle Dress and the stories there. And, we hope you can share a little bit about the story there. And we'll let Randy do some talking too about the drum group there.
Okay. Who would you want to go for? Who would you want to go first, Gary?
Yeah.
The best looking one?
Pa'i, you're on.
Come on.
Yeah, it's up to you. You guys
Go ahead,
you guys, all right?
Okay. Good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say big Nyawait and miigwech to our old friend Gary for extending an invitation to come on and kind of share a little bit about our history as a drum group and some history regarding the Jingle Dress and our story behind that. My name is Randy White, my English name, and my Anishinaabe Nakazuan is Gebe Asung. That name, I'll just share with everyone a little bit behind that name that was given to me when I was a young boy. The story that I was told regarding that name was when I was about maybe five or six. I had experienced some illness, and it was something that, from what my parents told me, was recognized by my grandmother. My grandmother Maggie. She recognized that I had this, that I was experiencing an illness. So she asked. So they asked 4 elders from the area, from our community, and one of the elders that was doing that healing work for me was my my great grandfather. And that was Maggie's dad. And so during that process of the healing, I was given that name, Kebe Austin, and it's a name that that I carry with me with great humility, and use that name wherever, whenever I can. And luckily, there's still some people from the community, Whitefish, that still call me by that name, by that spirit name. I currently live in Keewatin, just outside of Kenora, and I work with our local child family services as a supervisor for our counseling unit within a child welfare program. I belong to the Lynx clan, Piju. And another thing that was always instilled upon in me to always include in my introductions was that I also was brought through the Medewan. That's something that I was told that we should be, I guess, proud in a way to introduce ourselves in that way, but also to be mindful and be respectful and humble about it. That going through that that way of living, I was always told by the elders that you use that in your introductions. The drum group. Maybe I'll just share a little bit about the history of the group. The drum group started way back in their late 60s, and probably even before that. It was just the name of the drum group was started around the 60s, late 60s. But we come from a long line of singers. My dad, my uncles, my grandparents, great grandparents, they were all singers, traditional singers, Medewan singers, and also Okima singers. That's another aspect of our lodges that we have, that we've been bringing back to our people in this area. The Ogima Ogamig is what they call it, the lodge of the Ogima. I'll touch on that a little bit. But around the 1960s, the leadership of my community, Whitefish Bay, who in that time actually was Andy, my dad, and he was the leadership back in those days, and they seen a need. They very much like to look into the future. That's was a big part of our who we were as people, was to be able to look to the future. That was big, and that's something that we still try to do as much as we can, is to look towards the future, to try and see what we can do to prepare ourselves. So they seen that back in the 60s that things were going to get a lot more worse in terms of cultural knowledge, cultural knowledge of the ceremonies, of the songs, of the language, everything connected with the Shanabe. So my dad, Andy, consulted with elders from the community and asked how can we start to bring our people back towards the culture and the language and the ceremonies and the songs. And one of the things that And the thing that they directed my dad to do, along with the help of his brothers, was to get a drum group together, and especially to get our young people involved in the drum. And I don't want to take too much of the story away from Andy, because he'll probably talk a little bit about that as well. But because of my involvement with the drum, I was part of that drum when it started. That's kind of how I was able to kind of tag along with a lot of the singers that grew up with that drum. Because I had uncles that sang with the drum, granduncles. So there was always that cultural knowledge around that drum. And when I look back on it, what they said was right, because all the cultural knowledge and the songs were there. We just needed some people to be there around the drum to be able to listen and to learn what these songs meant. Because in many of our cultures across Turtle Island, songs are very much important to all our nations. In those songs, you'll find a healing. Even in some songs, they'll talk about stories that happen, within the history of our people. And I was also visiting one elder a few months ago, and he talked about the songs and how important they are to our lives as Anishinaabe people, as Native people on Turtle Island. And I never really thought about songs being looked at in that way. But as I get older, I really kind of start to view the importance of song, the importance of the drum, all drums, as being vital to our people. And so that's a little bit about where I kind of understood the importance of the drum and the songs. And I think that when the Whitefish Bay drum started, that's what was important. When I look back on it now, that the teachings that were in those songs, the stories, the language even, were so important. Because also in our some of our old songs that we still sing as a Whitefish Bay drum group, even in terms of the language, there's words that are found in those old traditional songs that are hardly ever used anymore. So the songs even help carry the old language as well too. And I'm pretty sure, like many of our First Nations across Turtle Island, know of the idea of old language, where the language that my dad spoke is different than how we as younger people would speak it. So that in itself was very important for us as younger people to learn and understand those songs, so that we have an understanding of the words of the language. So I didn't want to take too much of the talk here in terms of the drum, and maybe I can pass it over to my dad here, Andy Pahi. Scott actually is his Anishinaabe word, his Anishinaabe name. Maybe I'll let him kind of say a few words as well, and before we kind of go any further. Was that what you did? Was that go?
Okay. Bonjour. Isn't the way when Anishinaabe King. Communicate some of the way. Кажется, такие, ой, урушки ты скатываешь, где-то не каз. Не навешай пишу. Доте. Умбе венес кенде здесь не каз. Не безбе ми то не свой. Я бы мне шаман, как мне шаман венесе. Нишнавей. Кимендо итят. Кимендо итят. Мима. Мима сегин ноги не вижу. Мима дота мутингис. Кое гочи маги бясинги гочи васиме тигаги гитан. Абти не минуи я нишнаве муан. Кавина пиццера. Не тажа наши уси. Гостон дешево тяжи темок. Гего ваги вагуши, гего сантикати гего. Мимаси минуянько. Не думаете, все нишнаве муан. Муану цанка нота банги. Уэга как уники тиго ишнявен. Уэчанка нота муат. Анскани ван сеттази тгенек. Эсэнtä муат. Уэ ногу гаси тигейм. Мини вапане виси гитан. Панегум бигин синабе. Уэ гига гитан. Уэ митсувонен шосмитне. Шосмитнен шоссе. Митсувонен кевиши гитан гума. Шконига ниеши минеям. Нинга мучани синабе митсмано. Oggi sono canottan, uè, gai kiton. E tu gai kitotoe, anche con gai bisin dogo, che mi ho vinti sottoe, no, mi sembra che nato un, mi mai anni, uè, che si sente mangiare, non mangi con i gallinani, che non tamamba, non masso che di tosco. Tiri kitomen diri kitomen ito shunagi gagi kitomen tauzina shunagi miwa isoato miwa winseni go iso nagi mitena wagi mitet mima dina beso go iso na somitet mi tomen go iso gutigi mento indo gimento igato to gimento marchan sinaben Bismillah seguizma ebmi otogenina deshka bilkes tiyatrinando ekezi koyok sugaganando ebmi vadinamat shishkana gamonan gibmitrina anjon segina gamonan ani enjagina gamonan skeni gamonan gatrindan Mektigettina gamonan minut nagagamina damang kinna gamangi vanna gamangi Yagi Bogosini because you want to go to Quang, you want to go on tonight. Apatogitin and Danan Exchange Nave, but you want me coin on the water. Give me my tea, got me my second one. Give me the Tagaman the theatre. We can't honest to Yaga and security. We saw Kazago and all Joe business was says the water sticky. Skinny much saying the government in the war, Asia visitation. After you go on the Sinskiro when a man that got taken up minutes going back with you. More than on diamond, you can have my exchange nave, what you are so tired. Give me sito and Katamatan Sinavi, give me Zazito Mati, what is going on. Me, I got to wear. Stigetten Sinavi, Quagin Kanatagum Shumsan, Sabatiskis Nikazaki, Ragum Shumsan, Mitishani Gogi, Tantativashimoto, or give me the Totino, Mitishkogaki, Mixuman, Zito, Agotino, and coming Suman to Nagashkagin, where could individuals come against Minis came in to know. Nage Bagichuran, where Tigby got taken, the government to art, no, Osh Kotamat, Min Kotamat, Mina Mavish, Eliminare tutto, eliminare che si vuole, mi sembra che poi ti chiedono, poi ti chiedono assieme, sabe con anni che assieme gli avvocati snave, noi anni che anni due, noi che mi hanno dato snave, mi ci sono a me, le gente mi hanno che ti chiedono, a perché che sarà che ti chiedono, non so mai che non ti scordi i moschini hanno non so mai ciascuno di io anche voi asino che ottenere anche ottenere mi va continui che anche noi che non ma che che io quattro anni mi ma continuano Uniketta Victoria Sinavigo, Misuma Gondina Magin, Skisma, Givasi, Giano Esconi, Magio, the man, a Pichigo, Nisinigo, you was central school, Karatin Jamat, Mina, day school, very similar, very up to Octave, we come out to one, we want to mark, we want to give me Tiski, give me a total, give me Angegi asino gi wabano gi angegi asino gi me wami to cheve no chi give me we so in smile minagi kene go zo ni si aptiksi go ni si wage tine nan agi jimi go ji kono ni ti gi oni singi kene oni singi o Tosnitsky was Gagasilu la Psyche qui me Ruxitor, Mano, Tiskava Kivanima, Miskova, Goma, Man, Sakitamo, Bejuan Sinave, this Bejuik, we stealing, you were going to see Skagita. Если школа, неважно, вот Шивашки организатор, Шивашки организатор, и Николай Маран Куинета, и Синасити, экстремити, а вы не Синасити, я же говорю, Тирок, что тебя же есть, Товарищи, Мизисиман, Ивашкин, Абсолютно, Антони Знаватон, и Усинги Вонкей, Скатинги, Мигуэгили, Навстати, Гуатинин, вот Тони Синьон, Сирки, Тавтон, Зисновавден, Негагити, Намагон, Газики, Намагонски, Гимнацоки, Вали Вагишиму, и Нигажана Ванга Винотия, и Вахтосия, Кунигажан Ван Агумшум Сиanga Иван, Нигажан Иван Вакигани, Сокиат, Миватанат Сокиат, Вечевикат Сокиат, Нишкутивитава, Митинишкат Сокиат, Нижнические Галапития Васино. That's okay, give me no. Up to you, okay, no. Just when we talk about coming up, give me the thing as you was it on the snap. Give me what now, and don't give me no thought now. We not thought you over the what was now. We got so kind of went so done, we couldn't Yogigi now, Miss Man, Sigo, Imagine Dago is on Snave, Etimagit Nishinari Takit Sham, Mishamati Sindago, Wishimat, what so kind or what it meant is much is Nigan Tag on the task, when you no one over going over the way it's going to get on. Anvenia venda gagita si mano quel poggian canotta pagigo che sistemi uni savana si usando oggi situazione che aveva si man mi chiamava ora il gagista che non risposa il gagista aveva gagita non si Kazançlar miligozito sokano atitono agani mitsuya atitono kantaji kuyono o abisigo gego wani sisyo sokana matotsana na tbejo no ayano na ya indi gaji gozo gaji got no manito Masih mitas kini wan snaben wan mendoyat mendoyat ya wasa tijimina yuwa communicate kita lagi kita not angi
Well, Miigwech, I was asked by Pahi just to kind of translate as best I can with what he shared with everybody that's listening in. One of the things that he mentioned at the beginning was his comfort in sharing and speaking in the language, his first language. He finds it. He mentioned that he finds it very, I guess, uncomfortable to speak in the English language. And although he does speak the English language, he finds it much more stronger that he shares things in the language, because that's something that was given to us as Anishinaabe, to communicate with other Anishinaabe people of other Anishinaabe people, and also to connect with the creator in that language. And because of that, our view as Anishinaabe people and the creator, that's always important, is that connection, and that connection is in the language. He talked a little bit about the how he grew up, and he basically mentioned he said that the life was it was a difficult life, especially when we were starting to see loss in terms of the culture, that things were starting to be taken away. He mentioned that especially with the residential school, he himself went through day school, and that loss was going to be felt across the community, the families. And because of that loss, we were going to start to see that our identity was going to be slowly be taken away, or quickly. And he also mentioned that like when I was talking about my experience growing up as a young person, and growing up with the cultural people around us, the old people, he said that he was also taught by the older people that there was going to be some hardship going to be happening, and that we had to prepare. He mentioned that because of the day school experience, the residential school, we did lose a lot in terms of the language. but also the songs. He doesn't remember a lot of the sweat lodge because of the residential school, the day school, and also the other aspects within our culture, like the Okema lodge that we had in our area here. He also talked about even the Metewan, that as being something that we kind of forgotten, I guess, or we put aside. A lot of these things that kind of that were kind of being taken away by the non-native governments, the schools. So there was a lot of that he mentioned. He also talked about, he touched on a little bit about regarding his mom, who in our stories that we know of across Turtle Island as one of the dancers and the keepers, well, the dancers of the jingle dress. He talked about how when she was gifted this dress, that it was initially a dress that was a healing dress, but she also told he also mentioned that his mom told him and his brothers that this dress was going to take on a different look, a different way of dancing in the future. She had seen that this was going to happen, but she also told him and his brothers, her children, that that'll be okay, not to take this in offense, because this is something that's probably that will happen, and because of the kindness that she carried, she knew that this dress will be something that a lot of the young ladies, the young people of many other tribes will take on, and she's seen that, that healing that it was going to bring, and that's something that she had shared with her children, and that's something that they taught us younger people here in our community of North Camego and Whitefish Bay, that it does bring healing to a lot of people, and it's okay that it has kind of grown to be something a little bit different than what it was, how it was danced in this traditional way. He also mentioned that the art, the gift of storytelling. He mentioned that we had storytellers within our communities that could tell stories, that could tell these teachings for days, and how we've kind of lost a little bit of that in our communities, and that was such a big gathering of families that were important to teaching anything that's related to life, how to live that proper way of living, how to live, and that's another thing that we're trying to work on and trying to bring back to our people, to our communities, is those gifts of storytelling. And again, he mentioned the power, the importance of prayer, and I think that's kind of something that's interwoven with a lot of our speakers, with a lot of our older people, our traditional people in our communities, is that importance in that power of that prayer, of that connecting with the Creator, as being so important to us as First Nations people across Turtle Island is that importance of that belief in that prayer, that belief in the Creator, that belief. And I can remember being shared with that, being told that as well too from elders within the community, especially from our traditional people, that belief is important. Belief in our medicines, belief in our prayers, belief in our language. That's so important. And so that's kind of like what Pai kind of shared with the group in the language, and I tried to hopefully touched on as many things as he that he shared. I know that in my experience working with the teachers and the elders, it's important that we connect with them. It's important that we listen, especially the people in the age groups that I'm in, like in the 50s and the 40s, that we learn as much as we can from them, because that's another thing that I remember hearing a lot of people from other nations and other communities, that we're losing a lot of our teachers, our traditional people, and we have to make that time to be able to connect with them, to hear what they have to share, to sit with them. In my own short experience with my uncles, my dad talked about the Okimaugamig, and we kind of mentioned that a little bit throughout our presentation here so far. My grandmother mentioned this in her story in regards to the jingle dress, and she talked about getting her dress through the Okimaugamig, is what she said. And my uncle was translating for her, and he had mentioned that he couldn't really appropriately translate that word, but in a very awkward way, kind of to how to translate that as best I can, is the lodge of the Okima. Okima is it's kind of like a culture. It's like a leader, not so much in how we think the political way, but it's more of almost like a spiritual leader. And she was given that dress in that lodge in her story. And part of my sitting with some of my uncles was that we had that lodge in our community, and we haven't really tried. We've slowly begun to bring that back. But one of the things that we did work on, try to bring back, was the songs, Okima Nagamonan, of the Okima songs and the Okima drum. And that's kind of what we're actively trying to promote in our communities, is to bring back a lot of these things that we've forgotten or we've kind of put aside, so that our future generations don't forget what they were, or how they were done, how they were utilized, what they were. And the best way I can describe the dance of Ogema dance was very much, it's almost very much the same as our Haudenosaunee relatives in terms of how they do the social dance, their social dance. They dance in a line, and that's how that dance is danced. And one of the elders that I was learning from regarding that Ogema was that was our first social dance before the arrival of the big drum to our area here. So that's one, that's a big part of our what we're trying to bring back to our communities, and just so for our young people to know in the future. So I just wanted to share a little bit about that, and hopefully I kind of captured as much as I could with regards to what Andy shared with everybody. And maybe, I don't know if Dad?
Masaki Bangi, Abisitinetu, Apiche, Skoite, Wimagak, Winnie Basket. You went to this, Mano, Titibachu. And Sky not to send Sinabi. Chimami cotton, we contest for no Sinabi. Kani duty, 80 years at Sinabi. What is Vertibachu over? Isn't the Morgan or Ravadon? Squamagia Cosisconigan. A particular water it to what you know. A particular geese. You went so and so, because you go out and you were going to get at Sandra Bay geese. When the pig in the hospital skis. Minnesota hospital geese. And we can watch on the giant. And we can watch on the giant. You just say, oh, but you give much as could get. You TV get cannot do Messiani, your skin. You have pitch upon the city, porque paghi policy was getting about. You just say, what you say about we were give me was covered in your own. I'm going to be short in a wagon square. 70 pillows to the back. The time up to you to know. Kina. How Gina. I don't tap no to say, Mom. You hear my shaman give by enough. He can only go in its cage. Shaman. It was much coming in you. The one you're going to say me as you go to a jam, but tot son of the comedian used to talk. Your kids, you know, the more of us are going to go. You know, you to give you one of kids. You can go and one dollar in dinner. Skiggy get me much ever. We must have keep it. Tries to that every ton on a week over that he was Jewish command, or to be done without son. We take the Jewish name about us. She's all kids. He's going to Chicago. But watching them touch me when you got kids here. You just come with me, you give me now. They get what it's saying, it is short as an under. But it's going to under Magaya. You guys are going to get next year, maybe the young but not son. I need to go to me to get you. You talk to you need to be to you. Asfaltte roga viso carrotti maio. Unge mostri tegi metotsa. Nimitsiye veri nagamon. Aksinama gama viso mena. Uwe. Ego atisi visizik. Retton oye stot nagama. Niyege mati aman. Tam kitokinen. Misugi mati aman abitin. İkisivar non yönagaman. Mi mati nizi. Igani boy ekwe. Wana utaka weni boy. Gilis nizi ya mi siga wachkoki. Gilis nisigan tukus na mi mati ya. Tinip masepun gati sana. Ina. Vitashuma. Nigi mati aman bagit na. Misu wilwa tap masaytasa. Kina. Ipiskamo agi magote. Onage sitone. Sitone gagi nige yavati to kina. Keşke git nigasi nagama. Nigasi git tike doğdu bu. Argo teva biva gibi vardı. Tike doğdu. Minonu git. Argani matip musik. Minonu matip musik. Biva bildiği. Şavganı tibatmanı bitti uskoyci bak. Git ve magote. Git katamat. Git just healing this. Nando is magote. Şavgan tibatım zikin demek. Yani bu istigatıma bakıva. Hani sinavi diye. Şavgan ileriye bakacağım. Aga bakacağım. Aga bakacağım. Aga tabi giyinima. Yeni bir de koyar. Ondan için her şey bizim.
Ina ita ba chamoy maga. Hindi mo ens kanin oitik chaminja.
No me
Maga istige.
Pirenda. Pirenda istiga.
Ira taba chamoy.
Nimiyo ako way bala tatiwat.
Very much. I think we got about 10 minutes, I think. 10 more minutes. One of the things that Andy talked about at the beginning was as a teaching, as something that we're always reminded of, is always to be careful not to talk about ourselves in that in a way that kind of sounds like you're boasting, and that's teaching that's something that we've always been grown up with, that we've always lived with. And he reminded us of that, to talk in that humble way. And he, in keeping in mind with that, he shared a story in regards to the jingle dress and the healing, I guess, power of it. He talked about a lady that was ill for quite some time, and that she was sick and she was suffering. Just by looking at her, you could tell that she was sick. And this was in our community. That this lady was suffering, and she had traveled like to Thunder Bay, to Winnipeg, and all these different non-native hospitals, trying to find an answer to a cure for her illness. And I believe that and nobody could figure out what was going on with her, and she had trouble walking, And so she had asked some of the elders, some of the traditional people from the community if they could help her. And one of the people that she had sought out for help was Pahi, Andy. And so the healers, the traditional people got together, and that's one of the things that I also wanted to share from my own experience, is that traditionally a lot of the people, a lot of the helpers and the healers in our community very rarely worked on their own. A lot of times they sought help from other traditional people. And this is what happened. This is exactly what happened in this instance. Was they got a group of the other traditional people, other healers and helpers, to get together to do this ceremony for this young lady who was suffering. So they got everybody together at one of the sweat lodges. And they also asked her when she comes to bring her gifts, and also to bring her jingle dress, because that'll be a part of her healing during this ceremony. And when the ceremony was starting, when they were getting ready, they told the lady, that the one that was looking for that healing, to wear that dress when they began their ceremony, because that's going to also help her with the ceremony. And there was a song that was sung as well that came from one of Andy's grandfather, and they sang that song for her as well. And it was during this ceremony that she was instructed to start to stand during this ceremony, and she stood up and she began to walk again. And and how Annie described it was he could hear the ladies outside of this, because they were outside of the sweat lodge helping her. They were all I guess excited because she was walking. She was being healed. And Andy shared that this was the healing power of the dress, of the ceremony, the songs, people coming together to help one another so that they can help this young lady heal. So that's what the story that Andy had shared with everyone here, and I think that's and I think again that goes back to our all nations across Turtle Island, our belief in ceremony, our belief in the ways, our traditional ways, and I think we're pretty much come to the end of our sharing, our little talk, our little visit. That person that keeps poking her head into my dad's screen there, that's my mom. She's probably telling me that I forgot something, or probably gonna let me have it when you get offline here. Just kidding, Mom.
Caroline.
Yeah.
Bonjour, Caroline.
Bonjour.
It's good to see all of you. It's good to see you. And again, to share these stories, Randy and Andy, it's good to hear them, because again, down here in our community, we don't always get to hear, those good stories of how it came about, how it came to be. And again, the power that it has, and we got to put that faith into it, that it's going to take care of us, So it's good to hear that. I know we're in virtual mode here. I wish you guys could be here in person, you know. Again, you guys came down here a few years ago, and we were able to share the dances, even how you guys dance it, you know. So that was really important there. How's the drum group doing? Are you guys still traveling around, and what's happening with you? What do you guys got coming up?
We have I think we're going to be going to that powwow at Winnipeg, that Manitowabi powwow. Some of you probably may have heard that we lost one of our brothers from the drum group, so we're going to be doing some like a memorial kind of a thing at the powwow there, and it's going to be, we're going to look at it as a very healing time, I think, and also something that we're going to try and have some fun with this memorial, and you know, and looking at the rest of the summer, I think we're going to do some things that we wanted to do before our brother passed, but now I think we're going to try and do some of these, you know, attend some of these powwows that we've never been to in a while, and I think we're just going to look at having a good summer, and hopefully, like you mentioned, COVID, you know, kind of gives everybody that relief that you know, we can go out more and see each other again.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like an elder now, Randy. I noticed how you were just saying, in that age group of 50, and then you went back to 40.
I think you're about the same age as I am, eh, Gary?
No comment. No, but it's good. It's good that you guys share, you know, again, those stories again, because, you know, like I said, down here we try and get out as much information to our youth and stuff like that. We had a youth forum earlier today, and I was really proud and pleased to hear how well our youth are speaking out. And that's one of the things that they want to be connected to a lot more, is our elders, you know, and those stories of what really shaped us. One thing I just want to make mention to all the viewers is that I know in our communities back home in around our Haudenosaunee confederacies, I'm really glad that Andy used the language. You know, again, our teachings are done in the language, and he used that as a priority, and I'm glad you could translate, because we're not all Anishinaabe-Moan speakers, you know. But on that same token, that those teachings do need to continue on in our language, because that's where they originate from, you know. So I'm really glad to see that he was using the language, in spite of even being affected by the residential school and day school movement. You know, again, it's important that we use that language, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
It's just kind of picking you up a little bit, and yep.
Yeah.
That's one thing I got to tell all the viewers here. That's one thing that, you know, anytime you sit down with these guys, we just laugh. I just sound real serious, and
yeah.
Yeah, well, we hope to see you, see some of the, you know, see you guys on the trail soon, and, you know, hopefully you guys travel down this way again, and, you know, our paths will cross again. And I always enjoy being able to sit down with you guys and sing those songs. And it's good that I heard, you know, the stories again, because again, for me, it's always that constant reminder that you don't just hear it one time. You know, it gets embedded in your mind, in your spirit, a little bit more when you hear it more, eh?
Mm-hmm.
So that's really good. Yep.
Yep. You're gonna be saying that the rest of the day now, Gary.
You're just trying to really help you out here. Yep.
Yep.
I don't even know how to end this thing now. It's good to see you guys.
Let's do it too, Gary.
All right. Take care, Andy.
Yeah.
We'll see you later. That's a really good family to be involved with. Our Anishinaabe friends up in Whitefish Bay, Ontario. I know Randy's living outside of Kenora. So it's good to hear those stories. I hope I hope you benefit from hearing that and what stories he shared there. So we're going to just take a few minutes of time here. Riley, if you could just cue a video for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to get on to our final speaker here, Dr. Beverly Jacobs. So stay tuned. We're really excited to have her with us. And we're going to tune out for just a few minutes.
Major feats that technology and science
All right, we're back here again. Keep doing that. Keep forgetting to unmute myself there, but we're back here. We're all set to go again. We just had a really good speaker, Randy White. They were talking about the jingle dress and how that came to us, how much healing that does for our communities. That style of dance, it really has grown on for quite some time through our powwow trails there. So really good to hear their stories about that jingle dress there. At this time, I want to take just a minute here to introduce our next speaker, our keynote here, Beverly Jacobs, Dr. Beverly Jacobs. You know, the work that she does is so huge for our Indigenous communities all across Turtle Island. I always say Turtle Island because I don't recognize that border. We're all one territory, one group of people that are here on Turtle Island. So, but she does all this good work for our people. She's the senior advisor to the president on Indigenous relations at the University of Windsor. She does a lot of great work for our communities. And again, she's done so much work with the residential schools, and that's kind of the background of our poster there is to, just not totally focus on residential schools, but to bring more awareness to it, put it on that platform where we're able to talk about the residential schools and the movement and, the historical underpinnings of what has happened at residential schools. I know that there's a lot of those missing children are being found now. And again, what that does to our people is it brings open all those wounds again. We have to relive what happened with those residential schools. So Bev's done a lot of work in that area. So I want to just really let everybody know that you can use the comment section. If you have any questions during her talk, please post them. We'll get to them at the end. We'll try and answer as many questions as we can. I know I've had a lot of people reaching out saying, what is she going to talk about? When can we talk to her? Can we talk to her? That type of thing. And again, but we're glad to have Bev here. I'm going to bring her on and welcome her to our Youth and Elders program.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good. Good to have you here.
Yeah, well, for having me.
I'm not sure if your video is on. Is your video on?
I think
there you go. There you are.
Okay.
Yeah, we're glad to have you here, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we're really glad that you're here and excited to hear what you're going to talk about.
Okay, good. I can go ahead.
Yeah, it's all yours.
All right. I'll introduce myself. Scano Soquego, Giaso Gwenkyuse, Ganyangahaga, Nyakawai Shauda, Hodana. Greetings of peace to all of you. Told you my real name is Gwenkyuse, and that means she's visiting in a Mohawk Six Nations Grand River Territory Bear Clan. So thank you to Gary and to the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center for inviting me to speak today. I have a lot to talk about, so I could probably talk for days about these issues and even just focusing on the residential school, the resident impacts of residential schools on our people, and actually the work that I had to do in order to prepare to do that work. So I want to talk about that. So a little bit before I get started into the work that I've been what I feel like I've been privileged to be able to do for our people. So for me, I was raised at Six Nations and Longhouse, my family being, Longhouse people, and being able to be raised in that environment really taught me a lot about who I am and grounded me and, and everything. And it was my father's family that did that. So being raised with, my uncle being one of the Confederacy chiefs, my grandmother was a clan mother, and faith keepers, uncles, and my grandfather. So it was. I didn't realize, really how much I was taught because I lived in it, and I was able to, be actively raised in it, and I didn't realize how much that I was taught until I went to law school. So I graduated from high school. I went to work for lawyers for a few years. And I had my own personal traumas, my own personal violences that occurred in my life. And I had to I had to sort through what had happened, why things had happened in that way. And so I use my personal experiences in dealing with that violence that was in my life to understand why things are the way they are, and why I needed to do what I needed to do to help. So on my mother's side, all of my mother's her mother's siblings attended the Mohawk Institute, attended the Mush Hole. And so I really saw from the time, so I say that I understood this from the time that I was born, because I had seen it and felt it from that time, about the impacts of my grandmother, my maternal side, being impacted from the residential school system, and also not realizing that either until I went to law school, and understanding the system and what had happened, and how my grandmother and all of her siblings being stolen, and the impacts that's had on our family, and knowing also that it had an impact on every family. There isn't any single person that has not been impacted by it. And so I really had to learn, had to understand, and it was during law school. So when I was in law school, I started to do the research, because I was learning things that were completely opposite about what I was taught. About our sovereignty, about self-determination, about being raised in our tradition, and it was really enforced to me, being raised in that way, to know what that means and to understand. So when I started to learn about colonial law, and how it was used as a tool to try to erase us as a people, and now what I call legalized genocide, that they, as a colonial institution, it really did its processes and establishment of a system that its whole intent was to try to erase us as a people, and law being one of those. So I really, it was really difficult to stay there. I wanted to leave on a daily basis. So I attended law school at the University of Windsor, where I'm now employed, and working directly with the president of the university. And so I've come full circle. And so when I was here, it was the most horrible experience that I had to learn, about those colonial laws and what they've done. But luckily, I'm only maybe 3 hours away from home, and I would be home for ceremony. I would make sure I would be home, because that connected me, and I was able to revitalize and to fill up my spirit, to fill up my soul, to return back to the institution to continue to learn about. And now I say, you know, I'm learning about our enemy, about what they've done in order to introduce us to a system of erasure, and it's deep. It's huge, and so while I was in law school, I used the opportunity to use that education to also heal. So I did lots of healing at that time, and to understand about how things happen, why things happened. So I also started writing. So it was an opportunity to learn about those colonial laws and the impacts that they've had, and to write about personal experiences and about experiences that have happened to our people. And I was lucky that I was able to, you know, to use that as part of my healing. One of the many different ways that I had used to understand what had happened to me and my family and our community and our nation. And I also used it as an opportunity to find out how that has happened, you know, to all of us as Indigenous people, and the impacts that it's had on us. So in my last year of law school, so it's a 3-year program, and the last term of that 3-year program, I went to Yellowknife. It was a program through the University of Windsor, and it was a clerkship with the Supreme Court judges. And it was in, I'm going to age myself, but I was only 10 when I went to law school. It was in 1994 when I went to Yellowknife, and I was clerking with the judges there. And I was the first, not only Indigenous person, but Indigenous woman to participate as a clerk up in the Northwest Territories with the Supreme Court judges, and felt even at that time that you know, the racism and the racism, the sexism, because I would be sitting in the judges' chambers, you know, having a conversation with the judges about, you know, the cases that they were hearing, what they had asked of me to do as a clerk, and doing the research and the writing, and you know, writing some of their judgments, and then being in, like I said, in their judges' chambers, and the lawyers would come into their chambers, and they were old white men, and they were forced to shake my hand because I was employed by the court. I was employed by the judges, and I knew instantly at that time that they were they weren't used to seeing an Indigenous woman sitting in the judges' chambers, and I felt it at that time. You know, that racism and sexism, and but was really proud. I was proud to be able to sit there and to have that conversation, because you know, it was part of my job to do that. But also what I had done, so this was in 1994, I had to write a major research paper. And the research paper, there was hardly any conversation or discussion about residential schools at that time. And so that was when I took the opportunity to write about it. And I wrote a major paper at that time about the impacts of residential school. And I met some survivors that were up in the Northwest Territories. And it was at that time really difficult for them to have that conversation about their experiences, because nobody was talking about it at that time. And I had written about genocide. I had written in the paper that this was genocide, and the Supreme Court judge who was responsible for my, you know, passing the clerkship, and actually the law school professor who was also guiding that program, they both told me that I couldn't write, that that I couldn't write about genocide. And then so, you know, at that time it was the end of my law school days. I wanted to graduate, so I had to change it. I had to take it out, and I was really angry. I was angry at the court. I was angry at the law school for them to tell me that I could not write about genocide, and the fact that the residential school system was genocide, and now, you know, now confirmed by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry, that it's genocide. And so so I was happy that they had confirmed that, because I was saying that way back when, and had done the writing about it way back when. And so that's also when I made a commitment to my grandmother and all of her siblings that I would continue to do this work, and have a voice, because they didn't have a voice. And in fact, they refused. My grandmother, especially, who was Mohawk, refused to accept that she was Mohawk, that she didn't want any part of being Mohawk. And I saw that in, you know, on my mother's side of the family, and the impacts that that had, and it still has on my family today. And, you know, the experiences that we've had with violence and violent relationships. So I really learned a lot that helped me, like I said, with my healing and dealing with the traumas, dealing with, you know, those impacts that it's had. But also what I took from that was how we need to revitalize our own ways, to strengthen and empower ourselves to remember our ways, our laws, and that we need to heal from the past. We need to heal from those things that has really had an impact on, you know, on our way of being. And that there's you know, there's some things that have happened that includes the legal system, the social systems, you know, those Eurocentric white colonial systems that were created, that we're now, you know, forced into, that we have now should be moving away from those and into, and some of us have. Some have maintained that, and I acknowledge, you know, all of our knowledge holders and elders and language keepers and language speakers who have been able to maintain all of that despite genocidal policies, and to honor that, the work that they've done to maintain that. So it's been, you know, highlighting that and strengthening that and maintaining that throughout time, even throughout those policies that tried to erase us. They still maintained it despite, because now, you know, now we're asking them for, you know, for that knowledge, and for their for those ways to be able to strengthen who we are as a people. So I you know, wanted to mention that and to highlight, you know, my experiences, and to what I do now as a lawyer, as a someone who has that experience, to understand, to empathize, to have that experience, to be able to help, and to respect their, you know, where people are at, to respect and understand, you know, what has happened to our people. So I've been able to, you know, really work at you know, all of those through my education. So finishing my law degree, I went right into a master's in law degree at the University of Saskatchewan, and my focus was on our own laws, you know, the Great Law of Peace, and you know, highlighting that it is our international law, because it brought together 5 and 6 separate nations into a confederacy, which is our own international law. The Great Law is international law, and so I wrote about that, and I was able at that time, again in the mid '90s, to journey with, you know, knowledge holders and elders and those who were reciting the Great Law, and travel with them and listen to their recitals at that time. And I really learned a lot. And I remember my uncle at that time, my uncle Oliver, when I was, you know, coming back home and returning home, we'd always, I was with him a lot and learned a lot from him as well. And he was the one to remind me that, always reminded me of our own laws, and that I needed to learn our laws along with the colonial laws. And he was the one who would always, you know, bring me to where I needed to be to learn. And I had so much respect for him, and to be able to guide me to the places and the spaces to learn. Even the condolence ceremony that we have helped me in my own healing, about how that whole process works to heal our, you know, mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. And so I really respected that opportunity. There were so many of those knowledge holders, or, you know, our elders at that time, who are all gone now, the ones that I did learn from. And so I'm really, hold on 1 second. I'm being buzzed by my office here, sorry. So I'm really appreciative of that knowledge that I was able to, and I say I'm privileged. I feel really privileged to be able to have learned from my own family. From, you know, my uncle and my dad was always so strict. Our family was always so strict about that, and I really believe that's the reason why we maintained who we are, because it was so strict about, you know, our teachings and our knowledge. So yeah, so that was, you know, in the mid '90s, and then finishing my master's in law, and I was sorting through what my plan was, um, and so I came back home, and I started working with the survivors of the Mohawk Institute at that time, and they had asked if I would help, to help with the, at that time there was, you know, the lawsuits that were starting from the survivors, and then trying to help them to start, you know, a group. And they did have a lot of support at that time, and being able to come together and trying to sort through all of the things that they were dealing with. And I was doing, you know, a lot of the national work as well, and then started doing work with missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and again, you know, all of the traumas that come with that. So it was like I needed to experience and heal from all the traumas that I went through, and that healing in order to help others. And even in, you know, in the lawyer work, sometimes it is traumatizing to hear story after story, and helping, and so finding ways to trying to find ways to maintain wellness also throughout all of that. And luckily, you know, being able to go into ceremony and you know, to have those conversations with others and healers and having access to friends who are healers. And, you know, that's what's really helped me along the way. And then I became president of the Native Women's Association of Canada in 2009. And just before that, you know, that's when I was doing my consulting work and finishing up my master's and helping our people in any way that I could. And so when I became president of the Native Women's Association of Canada, you know, I was helping our women nationally, and you know, just that was probably the hardest. You know, the survivor work is hard, and the impacts that it's had, and the work with the women in our communities, and the issues that impact women specifically, and violence, and the patriarchy, and you know, it's so much. And when you see the impacts that it's had on our women, and you know, according to Haudenosaunee law, and I'm sure every other Ongwahongwe laws, that women are sacred, and you know, and the role that we play in our communities as decision makers, and you know, carrying life, and the importance that has, and you know, and seeing the traumas that our women have had to deal with respect to violence, and you know, the highest number of you know, statistics of our women in prison, and missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and yeah, so it became again, you know, what I call trauma work, dealing with all of the traumas and sorting through all of that, and trying to help and to empower, and revitalize our ways, revitalize our laws that respect the role of women in our communities. And it was a really, really good work. I really enjoyed working with the women. I'd visit them in federal prisons. I'd visit with them in community, visit with the elders, the women elders, and you know, it was a lot of work. And so also during that time was the residential school apology. And the residential school apology from Stephen Harper was also an experience that probably shifted a lot of you know, the strength that I needed to have in order to do that, because it had such an impact, and I understood the impact that it had on me personally, and my family, and my community. And so I found, being part of the organization at that time, we were, as women, again, we were marginalized in that political horrible place. It is a horrible, dark place. And so I had to do a lot of my own, you know, ways of being in that position, being in that leadership role, of protecting myself, and also having a voice and maintaining, because for me, you know, I didn't have a voice at one time, and I felt like I never was respected to have a voice. So it was women, it was mentors that taught me to have a voice. And so I stood up and said, you know, it's the responsibilities of all of us to have a voice. And it wasn't until maybe a week before the apology that I knew that I would be speaking on the floor of the House of Commons and responding to the apology. And so, and I, you know, even up to maybe a day before, I wasn't 100% sure, and we never knew what the apology was, so we didn't know what we were responding to. So I really worked hard. I worked hard with even with the elders that I had helping me, and the women who were helping me, and the youth who were helping me through that experience, and listening to what they thought I needed to respond to and what to say. And a lot of times during those political meetings, you know, I would be the one to say what nobody else wanted to say. And I felt it was important that I needed to be blunt. I needed to say what needed to be said without fear. And so in hearing so I'm just going to explain a little bit what happened that day of the apology. So again, we didn't know what was happening. We didn't know what we didn't know what the words of the apology were. And, you know, I was getting used to media. I was getting used to speaking out, getting used to talking to media outlets from all over the place. And that morning, so I had a pipe ceremony with elders and youth that morning to prepare and to, you know, so I was asking for help. Anytime I presented, I always ask for help in everything that I say and what needs to be said. So I asked for that help because I knew that it was so emotional for me and emotional for everybody that you know, I didn't want to be I wanted to be strong and knew that if I cried, I might have used all my minutes up to be crying through that whole thing. So I asked for help to say what needed to be said, and then I had a media interview. Like it was one of the national media, and they came right to my office, and they had everything set up, all the big cameras and lights and everything, and I was doing the interview. I was doing fine, and then the question of how did this impact you personally? And I remember because it still impacts me personally. So I started to cry, like it was one of those deep emotional cries that I couldn't stop. And so I had to stop the interview, and I said I need to regroup, and that I needed to focus. So that's again, I grabbed my tobacco and I talked to my grandmother, and I said, "Help me." And I talked to my mother, who was gone by then, and I asked them to help me, and say, "Help me." Like, help me to say what needs to be said. I don't want to cry all the way through. So so I did, and that was the response when I spoke at the House of Commons, and I said what I said, and holding, you know, that feather in my hand, that it was important for me to have that spiritual, not only the protection, but also that voice and those ancestors that I knew were around me to help me, and I know that they're around all the time to help me. And so in that apology, or in the response to that apology, I never accepted it. You know, I said thank you very much for the apology, but what are you going to do about it? Because I know it through my own personal experiences. You know, abusers can apologize all they want, and they can still be kicking and beating the crap out of you at the same time, and saying they're sorry. And it's the same thing Canada has been doing for hundreds of years. So I said that's what I had said to them. Okay, yep, all right, you've apologized, but what are you going to do about it? What are your actions? What can we see? What do we see? What do we feel that you've actually there's meaning to your apology? And I think after that, with Harper giving that apology, um, it's been worse. It was worse after that. So, and I had asked, because I had been able to ask some survivors to come with me to the apology. And I had asked them even at that time, how do you feel about this? What do you think? And they said, well, it doesn't mean anything unless something changes, unless they mean what they're saying and they accept, that this was genocide. They accept that they're going to make some really significant revitalization or restoration of the harms that they've done, and restoring those harms and finding ways to do that. And so we know that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed since that time, and nothing has changed since Canada has been in existence. And in fact, I think we're in the worst situation now today than we ever have, with Canada specifically, and with their policies and what they're doing and trying to do to our people. And so we continue. So by the time I finished my term at the Native Women's Association of Canada, I was so angry. And also by that time, my own cousin was murdered in the community, and that was probably also the worst of the worst, that that violence and that experience that we had to go through. And and so by the end of 2009, I just felt like I was banging my head against a brick wall and dealing with this entity called Canada and every other provincial territorial governments that were in control at that time. And there were many things that had happened, many good things, relationships established, but in the long run, we're still fighting. We're still having to fight for who we are, and still having to fight for the recognition of our sovereignty and self-determination, and still dealing with their crap. That's all I can describe it as. So then I decided to do more education. When I left the Native Women's Association of Canada in 2009, I went right into doing my PhD. And my PhD is on the impacts of resource development on holistic health of and I worked with the community of Akwesasne at the time, and being able to look at our own laws as Akwesasne being a Mohawk community, and the work that they've done, and looking at the environment and the impacts of the resource development along, the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is traditional Mohawk territory, and focusing on the territory and the water, and so that was another really learning experience and healing for me, to heal from all of that, even the political violence that I had experienced, and coming back to who I am again. And it took a long time, again, to recover from that and to come back to terms with, the reality of the impacts of colonization on our people, and figuring out ways how I can continue to help again. So actually, just prior, so I didn't get called to the bar until I finished my master's. Actually, it was in 2003. I was just finishing up my master's degree, and I at the time when I graduated from law school, I felt like I couldn't practice law because I could not see how the system itself was able to, how I could help within that system when I didn't agree with it in the first place. And but then starting to see, how our people were getting stuck in the system and and the high statistics in jail, and our people having to be criminalized for protecting our lands and our territories, and how the system, the Indian Act system and what it's doing to our people. And so those systems that still exist and our people still getting stuck in that. So I decided to get called to the bar, which was in 2003. And I started practicing law, and a lot of the work that I was doing again was trauma work. And I started it would have been after coming out of the Native Women's Association and doing representing survivors in the independent the IAP independent assessment process to help survivors. So there was the settlement agreement that was part of the negotiations that were done to address all of the lawsuits from the survivors. So there were hundreds of lawsuits across the country. So this settlement agreement was done by the Assembly of First Nations. I never agreed to it. It was, I think it was a horrible settlement agreement. And that it was, I don't know, I was never part of the conversation, but had a meeting with Justice Yakabuchi while I was president of the Native Women's Association, and provided my feedback as to the impacts of that agreement. And sure enough, as I was going through as a lawyer representing survivors and watching, because it became a mini trials, and survivors having to detail, abuse, and became a measurement of abuse, a measurement of violence. And it was so horrible to see our people having to go through that process, and whether they were believed or not. It was just such a difficult thing to see, and a process to have to not only watch, but to have to fight for them. And Canada's representatives, they were really fighting hard not to believe, not to believe the survivors. So it was a constant fight. So they would have their, the processes in place, and then later, part of my job was to fight for them and what they needed after. It wasn't in front of them. It was after, with the lawyers and with the adjudicator, to fight for what they needed. And so that was a huge another, that fight again for them, for my grandmother, and that it needed to be understood about the impacts that even that process had. There were so many clients that I had, the survivors who experienced so much trauma. Clients who I had to meet with in federal prisons, as our hearings were held there as well, and watching, what they had to experience coming from one institution into another. It was hard, it was difficult. And so, I continued on working on my degree, on my PhD, and figure out, okay, what's my next goal? What am I going to do next? And so that's where, I ended up now teaching. Like I said, I come full circle is I'm now a professor, a law professor at the University of Windsor, and now being able to teach my experiences and to teach future lawyers, those who will become lawyers, and understanding about who we are. So we've also incorporated into the law school and mandatory Indigenous legal orders course. So every law student will learn about our ways. They don't get any detail. They learn about what's public, about what we're able to teach them about who we are. It's it shifts their way of thinking. It shifts their understanding about who we are. And even though we do have some Indigenous students who come through the law school, they also feeling empowered because we're teaching about who they are, and they the respect that we have for them as they're journeying through that experience as well, and being a mentor to many students who are going through and understanding their experience in an institution like the universities. So we're caught up in that experience. So and now moving into the role that I have as a broader indigenizing the institution. Basically what it is providing that cultural safety for our students and staff and faculty, Indigenous peoples who are working within the institution and educating. So to me, when we're talking about racism and the violence, and sexism is violence, and colonization is violence, and those institutions that have been created has enabled that to happen. So now we have to shift that into our own ways of teaching that, of being able to teach that's what Truth and Reconciliation is to teach the public about the truth. And so that's the work that I'm now involved in here at the University of Windsor, is to teach that. And it's a lot of work because nobody's been educated, and it's even though they have PhDs and they have leadership skills, they have no knowledge of who we are. So having to do that work on so many different levels, even within the university, is a lot of work. And then presenting that in the public, and still the racism and the targets and the hate that still exists is real. And I want to share, because I think it's required for me to share that in doing this work, not only while I was president of the Native Women's Association of Canada, and now here, is being a target of hate. So I've had to, I've only started back to work in the last 2 months. There's been targets, there's been hate mail. And so now I'm in the process of a safety plan with campus security here, with Six Nations Police, with Windsor Police. So there's a process now in place. And that's what happens when we're in these leadership, even myself, as being in these leadership positions, having to advise an institution and advise the president of the university that this is real. And why is it that Indigenous people are targeted, and why aren't they targeted? Because, it's a reality that we, as we're doing this work and making those shifts and trying to educate people who do not want to become educated, is what we're having to deal with. So, so I just wanted to share that, because it's a reality of having to have a strong voice, and to be able to speak the truth and present the truth is hard for people when they were not taught that. So so I just wanted to share that, and you know, the post, you know, post apology. So what's happened after the apology? Like I said, it's probably worse now than it's ever been, when our, you know, our people are waking up now, and they're standing up. And I've always said, I'm going to protect our people who are standing up on the land, standing in our territory, who are actually following our own laws, following, you know, our own Indigenous laws to protect our lands and our territories. And so that also is the legal work that I've done to at least try to be part of, you know, not only the negotiations, but also legally. So working with Land Back, working with the reclamation in Caledonia, doing what I can to, you know, to support our people on the front lines. You know, I may not be on the ground on those front lines, but I'm in the front lines of this other horrific institution called law, and you know, and trying to educate people within that system is again a lot of work. You know, and then seeing the numbers of our people again who are criminalized for that and end up in prison, end up going through that whole criminal legal system that was never created for us. And you know, it is a constant fight on a daily basis to ensure and to really work hard for the recognition of our people, and it's a lot of work. But you know, that's what I signed up for. That's what I made a commitment to do this work, and so I'll keep doing it for as long as I can, as long as my brains will let me and my body will let me. So just to, you know, follow up also on the other work that I'm working is you know, with the Kamloops, with the discovery of our, you know, our babies' bodies being found in those graves, and just that experience of the disrespect, the dishonor of those residential schools and the people that worked in them, and those, you know, violent, horrific people that killed our babies and buried them without respect. And now, you know, with the discovery, and the first one being, you know, the publicized in Kamloops, and many others since that time. You know, there's been a few, I don't have them listed, but there's been a few who are now doing the work. And so it triggered. So there's already a survivor group from the Mohawk Institute that were, you know, still doing lots of work in educating and highlighting what's their experiences in residential school. So they sent a letter to Darren Montour, who's the chief of police at Six Nations, and said they wanted a criminal investigation. And so the criminal investigation is different than any other institutions, because then that involves policing and a criminal investigation. So when the chief of police at Six Nations, and they don't have the resources, because they knew how much work it was going to be, brought in Brantford Police and the Ontario Provincial Police into a joint task force. And so we've had to do a lot of training with them, because we know the history of policing. We know the history, how policing was used to pick up our kids, how policing was used to pick up the kids who ran away from the schools. And, you know, there's a history of distrust of policing, you know, that continues to this day. So I personally, I had to deal with that and had to say, okay, they've chosen the investigators that have a good relationship with our people and they understand. They've been taking training, trauma informed training, the violence informed training, but it's still an institution that this is new for them. This is something that they've never had to do before. Is as a task force to be led by a survivor group, and the survive so that it's a survivor led group, and they're the ones who are making the decisions. They're the ones who hired me as the Indigenous Human Rights Monitor. So my job now with the survivor group is to monitor the Joint Police Task Force to make sure that the rights of victims' rights, to make sure that they're respected, to make sure that they're heard, to make sure that their questions are trauma informed, to make sure that their experiences as survivors are respected. And so that's an ongoing process now. So we've just started in August last year, and so there's the ground penetrating radar, and that process is just underway, and we're dealing with 500 acres of territory. A lot of development, in Brantford that's already, taken place over the last couple of 100 years, since the residential, so the school closed in 1997, but there was already changes that were happening over many years before that. And so, there's a lot of research, a lot of history, a lot of that work that needs to be done in order to identify, the story and what's happened. And so we're just in the midst of it. And so what I see happening now is, especially even after the discovery in Kamloops and, the trauma that I remember feeling that myself. And the fact, the survivors have been telling us those things for a long time, that that this has happened, and they're finally being listened to. And sadly, we're in a place where that trauma is real, and but it's also knowing how to heal. And we have those ceremonies, we have those, again, to respect those knowledge holders who have, and healers who are able to help us today, to be able to recover from that. So now I feel like we are in the midst of that. So I want people to be prepared for what's coming from the Mohawk Institute. To be prepared, your families, you be prepared. Be prepared for your children, for your grandchildren, and to be prepared for that healing. It's going to be a big wave of triggers, just like how I felt during all of the years that I've been doing this work. There's always been triggers and traumas, but it's learning how to deal with them and to heal from them, and to understand the strengths from our ancestors that put us in this. We made a decision to come here at this point in time, and this time in life, to have to deal with all of this. So that's how I feel it's our responsibility in this lifetime to know how to deal with it, and that we need to continue to heal, and to really work hard on not only healing for ourselves, but also our families and our communities, our nations. So I'm going to end there so that we have enough time. I just looked at the time. I can't believe how long I can talk. So, like I said, I could probably talk for days. Um, and so I'll leave some time for questions and comments.
I just want to thank you, Bev, for joining with us. And you know, again, one of the things I've been saying all throughout our whole Youth and Elders Conference here the past couple of days is that sometimes we've got to entertain those hard conversations, you know, and talk about those things that are not always talked about. And especially in talking about residential schools here, you're just talking about, you know, to prepare ourselves, you know, and I don't think a lot of people really understand what that means unless you're Indigenous, unless you've had family or your community has been, you know, surrounded by those residential schools. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I've got family that, you know, have experienced residential school, my whole community, you know, up Oswego, you know, there's a lot of our communities that have been affected by that, you know. And again, they don't really, I don't think they can really comprehend that. Yet we end up having to be the teachers as well. So we have to re-educate people about what happened at residential schools. And it causes us to kind of have to relive that trauma every single time we have to talk about it as well, you know? So I appreciate you bringing that to light and having those conversations. But, you know, you're talking a little bit about your work at the University of, you know, Windsor there. And one of the things that, you know, it's frustrating for me to hear is that you're trying to do that good work and, you know, you end up what seems like to be in harm's way. And that's not the intention of this. And you're trying to do good work, but it's tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is tough. It's tough, but it's like, you know how I look at it? I look at it like when I get a really emotional response from those who don't want to hear it, it's like yes, I was successful because I was able to make them respond that way. Right? It's like because they never thought about it before. And you know, and it's that emotional response that it's you know, it's hit them. It may have hit them in their, you know, however they needed to react, but they, you know, they've never had to react like that before. You know, I remember actually, I remember presenting actually at the I think it was the Niagara Friendship Center on about I think we were talking about Indigenous legal orders and establishing our own systems. I think it might have been even a conversation about the Indigenous Peoples Court. And I remember a Crown attorney being in the audience, so angry, like he walked out with a red face. And I remember thinking, yes, I got to him. Because that's, you know, even though they might not agree, at least I was able to get their, you know, their attention, and they're just, you know, they wouldn't have thought about it before that or felt it before that.
Yeah, you know, you talked about the that colonial construct, and you know that it's really a piece of crap, and it really is, because it's frustrating for us to try and do our healing work when we have to be the educators. We have to relive again that trauma, but it's frustrating when it seems like we go through a cycle. You know, we teach a little bit, we go through that trauma, but it seems like we always end up back at square one. Do you have any comments about that as to why it seems like we're spinning our wheels in the mud sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I know exactly. And when I start to feel like that, like I said, I think I felt that way when I left the Native Women's Association. It's just like, oh man, it's just like, you know, you keep trying to educate and they're not learning and they're not picking it up. It's like, that's when I made a decision, you know, if you don't want to hear me, if you don't want to respect anything that I'm saying, then I'm going to go where people are going to hear it. where change is going to happen. You know, that's where, you know, so, and I know that, you know, also my responsibilities, you know, back in the community. Okay, let's how do we figure out how to be more empowered then? How do we become more self-determined? How to become more empowered in our own ways? So that's also been, you know, my focus. And and so um and so at some point I feel like we have to make a decision. We have to make a decision where we want to fight.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a conscious choice of where we want to situate ourselves and where we're going to be heard.
I want to ask you $1 million question here, and it's in regards to, I know Stephen Harper gave us the apology, and I know there was a lot of influence and things that made that happen. But in light of what's gone on now, you know, we're finding all these, our children, as you say, all those ones that have gone missing, they never came home. You know, so again, I think Stephen Harper's era said, okay, yeah, we apologize. That's the end of it. You know, we're going to wash our hands, that we should be on a clean slate. And I don't fully agree with that. You know, how far do we go? You know, like you know, again, because here we're uncovering all the secrets, all the dirty secrets that they've tried to keep hidden. And, you know, again, you know, is it one apology? Is it two apologies? Or, you know, how far do we keep going until we hold that accountability to Canada and what has happened in this whole movement of genocide, or the attempted genocide, you know?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think we are coming to that point where, like I said, we have to make a decision. We have to decide, do we need them to continue? Do we really need another apology? I don't think we need another apology. We need action. We need the resources. We need things that are brought into the community to they owe us that. Land back. Give us our freaking land back.
I love hearing that. That's so,
that's
truthful words there.
Yeah, that's what they need. We need to see action. Like, that's what I said after the apology. What are you actually going to do to restore the harm that you've done to our people? Where's our school? Where's our, you know, the immersion school at Six Nations have been fighting to get us friggin' school.
Yeah.
Like, where's the money for that? Like, just hand it over.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that's what they need to do.
You know, you know Murray Porter. He him and his partner there, they composed a song about the apology, and you know, the words in that song are so deep. You know, and one of the words in there is that, you know, you stole our mother's love. You know, meaning the ones that went to residential school never had that opportunity to be loved by their parents. You know, and again, you know, you think about, is remunerating our peoples with just a monetary gift, like you know, here we'll settle for a couple $1 million and go do what you want to do with it or whatever. But again, I see the bigger picture of what you're talking about. You want to really make amends to things. You want to really do justice for yourselves and for us. Give the land back. Give us the resources we need, you know, without having to put up a fight for it, you know?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't mean to get so political at you. But, you know, it is frustrating. And I do appreciate the work that you do, being that, you know, you have that voice at those higher platforms than we can get at, you know, and I know we do things at the more micro levels there, and we're doing our work that we can do too. So we appreciate you carrying that, you know, higher voice and raising these concerns to, you know, the different levels that you work at as well, you know. So I appreciate that, and I thank you for the work that you're doing, you know.
Yeah.
And again, I thank you for being here with us today and taking some time out of your busy schedule. I know you're really busy, and, you know, keep doing the work that you're doing down there. And thank you for your time. And we'll be in touch after this. I got to get some information for you, and we'll stay in touch for sure. But thank you again.
Sounds good.
All right.
Now, everybody, now for listening.
Oh, what a great talk again. I'm just completely full and I feel energized and I feel frustrated, but I also feel energized and pumped up and want to do stuff after a talk like that. But, I think, as Bev spoke about, I think we do need to kind of take on those fights that we can fight and try and go with them, because some of those battles are a little bit frustrating at times. But again, it's good to hear the work that she's doing and taking us again to that higher level and giving us more motivation as to, what we can do ourselves. She did talk a little bit about, the things that are going to be coming from the Mush Hole, the Brantford site there, and to prepare ourselves. And as all our viewers know down here, we do support a lot of the finds of these children, and we try and hold our community fires here for anybody that does want to come out and offer, a tobacco or a prayer to that fire. So we offer that safe place to gather. As she spoke about, we relive that trauma every single time they find these children. So again, I just want to encourage everybody to reach out to our Friendship Center here if you need to talk. I know some of the talks were triggering today, so if you need to talk about some of the stuff here, we're here for you. But again, we thank everybody for tuning in, and we had some great speakers, right from Marshall Paulus to Lyndon George. Tom Porter was intended to be with us, but we had Cass and Roman step in, Cam Hill. We had a social dance last night. We also had our youth forum. I want to thank Hunter, Hayden, Kaya, and Sydney. And I also want to thank Steve Tuskeneg. He was here with us today, Randy White, and we just summarized with Bev Jacobs. So I want to thank all those speakers here. I'm going to bring on real quick, I'm going to bring Roman on and Riley for any last little comments here. I know they're frantically trying to get ready here, but I'm pulling them up as we talk. Any last comments today, guys?
Yeah, the last 2 days have been a lot of fun, and we always have a blast while we're doing this. I think Rome and I always have fun in the background here, just chitter-chattering back and forth as the talks are going, and I'm excited for tonight. I'm sure tonight's going to go a little bit later than last night. I think you got live dancers tonight, right, Gary?
Singers,
sorry. Singers, and yeah, it's going to be a good night. I'm excited.
Roman, any last comments?
Just many nowies to everybody that was involved this last 2 days, and look forward to the round dance tonight, as we're going to do our best to give you a very, very intricate stream, more than just straightforward. So hopefully everything goes well and we have a good showing tonight. And again, many nowies to everybody.
Roman?
Oh, yeah.
We got one more set of 2 tickets. We're going to give away 2 more tickets, courtesy of Kevin Sandy and the Haudenosaunee Sports Development Group there. So we're giving away these 2 tickets again to the Toronto Rock and Georgia Swarm game tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Okay, just give me 1 sec here. Pulling up my screen. All right. Here we go. And shuffle it up. And we're off. Congratulations, Kirsten Ransom.
You got some tickets to the game tomorrow night. Awesome. So again, as these guys were talking about, stay tuned tonight. Joe, come back at 6 o'clock and join us. We're going to have our virtual round dance. Again, we didn't really advertise that part of our programming, but we thought we'd pull it together and put something out there for our community, as well as it's always been a part of our Youth and Elder Conference. So I want to thank Riley, Roman for taking care of our tech side of things. And before we head out, we started in that good way. We're going to end this conference again in that same good way. We're going to pull up our community elder here, Mr. Dave LeBay, to share a closing for us and send us on our way in that good way. Dave LeBay.
Oh, thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. Yeah, this has been the first time I've stayed through the whole event of the youth and elders. I'm really pleased to see how it goes, and I've enjoyed myself. There's been a lot of good talk here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. Seeing a couple people haven't seen for a while, at least two anyway. So I'm going to end with that same prayer. It's been holding up pretty good for us. We've managed to make it through this event, and here we are. We're going to end it up, and it's going to be ready again for next year. Kwe gijimanadu, migizi bimse nabo, ununabo, nitasanan dunjaba, makade makwa dodem. Amiguech mishomes, ibiwea sa jing nunga, miguech nikit nunga gijkuk. Wayene, chiganawamas mino wayne, chiganono. Miguech kesh kagimekwe, agua, mijong bimadzu. Agua mijong bish, agua mijong nijum, agua mijong westnier. Meanwhile, agua mijong neseven. Sema ni bigetna, gierenung, wabenung, jaunung, mino pingishmuk. Nadamushi jipskugabuya, mino jesadweya. Ea, miguech mishomen. Naha.
Thank you very much, Dave.
You're welcome, Gary.
All right. So that right now concludes this year's Youth and Elder Conference 2022. And we're going to go get ready and get set up for the round dance tonight. So spread the word. We are going to have a virtual round dance tonight. So stay tuned, and we're going to get ready for that. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Mario.